Good morning, and welcome to the May 18th Volusia County Council meeting, the public participation. We'll call the meeting to order. And for those of you who filled out a card, you're welcome to share your thoughts with us on anything that's not on the printed agenda, and you will have 3 minutes to do so. And Michael Woods, you'll be first on stage.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, council members. For the record, my name is Michael Woods. Here today as a citizen of Volusia County, 237 West Minnesota Avenue in DeLand. Here to talk to you about something near and dear to my heart, which is cystic fibrosis, and to let you know that this month is Cystic Fibrosis Awareness Month. I think we've got an overhead screen just to show you. This Saturday at 5 o'clock over in Frank Brendan Park, we're going to be having a walk. I kind of call it a meander because it's not so much a 5K, but it's along the beach. And it's in 2 parts to raise funds, obviously, but also to raise awareness for the condition. Cystic fibrosis is a recessive gene disease that affects 30,000 people total in the U.S. So it's a small population, an orphan disease. But about 1 in every 31 citizens of the U.S. are carriers. And so it can sometimes become a bit of a surprise when 2 carriers come together and have a kid, and all of a sudden you've got cystic fibrosis in the family. It's typically a lung condition, but it also impacts digestion. So a lot of times you see the cystic fibrosis kids are the tall, skinny kids. And it really is a salt function issue, where the salt doesn't get out of the cell wall and you result in a thick, sticky mucus. That's you typically can know a CF kid from the cough, but that again complicates the digestion in the food. It's also probably the best story in modern science. A number of years ago, the foundation bought its own pharmaceutical company to do research on the medical treatment for the medicines to treat the drugs, because quite frankly nobody else was doing it for such a small population. And as a result, there are a number of drugs already in the pipeline and already approved by the FDA that go to the underlying symptoms and help get the sodium up to the cell wall and kind of encourage or increase lung capacity. But really the exciting elements of it is the genetic editing. They are on the forefront with the CRISPR RNA transfer technique, and quite frankly, certainly within the lifespan of my son, and probably within the next 10 to 15 years, you'll go in on a Tuesday morning and walk out with that genetic error edited out. Now that opens up a whole lot of other issues and discussions, but we continue to get good NIH funding and FDA funding to move everything through. I would say that for such a small cohort, it impacts. It's surprising the impact it has in Volusia County. My son, who's the cute face there on the card, he's about to turn 4. Families in Volusia County, the Dunn family dealt with this a number of years ago, and a couple of others in Ormond Beach. And in fact, the name for cystic fibrosis is 65 Roses, and that was created by a kid in South Florida a number of years ago who couldn't pronounce it. Well, that kid went on to grow up and went to Stetson University, graduated from Stetson, and helped spread the word. And so that one Stetson student was responsible for our image and appearance. But overall, it's just we're here to get the word out. I'm sure I'll probably be back here in October. We do a wonderful bike ride that's going to be based out of Volusia County Fairgrounds this year, up into North Volusia County and back. And I'll come and talk to you about that then. But thank you for your time.
I think everybody at the dais knows me. My name is Thomas Redmond, and I'm a homeless solutions advocate. I'm here today to ask the council the same question that I've asked of the 2 people nice enough to talk to me. I'd like to thank Mr. Kelly and Ms. Post for being nice enough to speak with me.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. We need the name and address of the speaker.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Thomas Redmond, and 1467 Shannon Street in Palm Bay, Florida. Okay, so I've talked with those 2 folks. The problem is I can't get an answer to one basic question. And this has nothing to do with homelessness. It's real simple. As leaders, you cannot spend money until you tell the public what we're going to get for it. And I want to know, when we spend $7 million, that's $4 million from you, $2 million from the city, plus another $800,000 in laying all kinds of stuff to make the place available. We're going to spend $7 million. What do we get for that? Are we going to reduce homelessness 5%? 10%? Are we going to reduce arrests? Because here's the real truth. I have provided many, many sources that this is for jail diversion. 3 years ago, had the organizations that are trying to do this just called it jail diversion,
Can you please stop waving your sign back there? Thank you.
if they would have just called it jail diversion from the beginning, there would be no advocates fighting this. The reason we've been fighting for 3 years is this organization is fighting for a bad model. And those of us that know it's a bad model are going to continue to fight. Even if this were to be funded, we're just going to prove to you it was incorrect. Now, here's statistics you cannot deny. While the bridge bed program was, and this is from Daytona Beach Police Department, while it was open, they averaged 38 arrests per month. While the bridge bed program was open for 6 months, they averaged 38 arrests per month. The year before, they averaged 73 arrests. And last 2 months, they've averaged 73 arrests. So 73 is about the number of people that get arrested every month for the last 2.5 to 3 years, except when the 6-month program was open. It dropped to 38%. That saved the city of Daytona Beach $36,000 per year just in jail and booking costs. That would have paid to continue the program. We need good solutions. So I ask you again, and you're welcome to use my last 20 seconds, please, somebody that has voted for this plan, tell me, what do we get for our $7 million?
We don't respond during public comments. Thank you.
No, I understand that. You don't respond in emails, Mr. Kelly. You don't respond on the phone. You just keep saying it'll work. You won't say how it'll work, how we'll know it'll work. That's the problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just for the record, I'd like to say that it is important that we hear comments from the public, but I would appreciate that we would have comments from folks that have an impact on Volusia County. And people that don't live in this county cannot and don't pay taxes in this county has no say so, as for me as a council member, as to what he has to say. Thank
Well
you,
said.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I am a lifetime
Paul-
resident.
Paul Deering,
Ms. Cusack, I'm a lifetime resident.
please,
No, I'm taking care of a family
please,
member.
please state
Paul
your name and
Deering,
address.
606 Cypress Oak Circle, DeLand, Florida, 32720. Just real briefly, homelessness doesn't just go away. Even if you spend millions of taxpayer dollars to move it 10 miles to a place where most of those homeless don't want to be. Publicly promising to deal with this important issue now, I certainly understand. But with dealing with it with a bad solution that will cost taxpayer dollars, and then we're going to have to respend those taxpayer dollars, because just moving the problem out of sight for a while for the city of Daytona Beach doesn't solve the problem. It just pushes the problem out of town for a while. And I understand that, because that's part of the problem. It doesn't deal with the homeless themselves, but it is part of the problem, perception. And it is necessary to do something about that. But it isn't the compassionate side of what needs to be dealt with. My hope is that you will rethink the promises that were made in public for a hurried, bad solution, because everybody wants something done now. This is a problem. It is a problem. But hurrying to the bad solution isn't going to solve it when we have to redo it again with more tax dollars later on. And I'm here representing myself. I'm not representing any of the organizations that I belong to. I hope you'll consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Tony Grippa?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tony Grippa, 459 John Anderson Drive, Ormond Beach, Florida. I'm here today, first of all, to thank you all for your service. I actually was a county commissioner in Leon County. I know it's not easy, and I commend you all. I'm here to speak about the issue of beach redevelopment in Daytona Beach. The county has invested millions of dollars in the Ocean Center. The county is talking about something I think will be a terrific project in a boardwalk, but yet I would not feel safe bringing my family down to the Ocean Center and walking across Beach Street. It is considerably blighted, and it's one of the greatest assets we have in this county. One of the things that I find very, very disheartening was sitting in a meeting, and the chairman, Ed Kelly, was there, and the county administrator was there, that the News Journal put on, and listened to the anger of the residents in Daytona Beach. We can no longer think as a county east versus west. We have to think of Volusia County as one county and one vision. And I truthfully believe that Daytona Beach is a great asset of ours. And you would say, well, why on earth are you coming to the county commission? Because there's a city commission in Daytona Beach. Well, I see two former legislators here, and as you all know, many of the funding sources are only available to counties. So what we have done is spend time trying to bring the stakeholders together, to try to bring the developers, bring the Sons of the Beach, bring business leaders and neighborhoods to try to put something forth for you all and for the cities by forming a committee. The committee would be 2 people appointed by the at-large commissioner, 2 people appointed by the chair, and 1 by each commissioner. And then our role would be to look at other communities like Vero Beach, Jacksonville Beach, Destin, Panama City, all receive state and federal funding. How much money was in the budget this year for Volusia County as it relates to the beach? How much for the last 8 years? See, I think a group of well-meaning folks that are sitting around and have the ability to work together to build consensus and then come back to you all is a really good idea. And quite candidly, I don't know the last time that you had the hoteliers and the Sons of a Beach and the residents all wanting to do something together. So later today, I would ask for your support. And again, thank you for your service.
Thank you, Tony. Is that it?
Yes, sir. No more slips.
Thank you. We will close the public participation part and begin the council meeting at 10 o'clock. Thank you. It is 10 o'clock. It is 10 o'clock. The meeting begins at 10 o'clock. I was going to do a countdown, but I couldn't get the microphone on. I can't get the council here. Thank you. Billy, y'all ready? You ready, Ms. Cusack? Council is ready. We call the meeting to order. This morning we have the invocation given by Fred Lowry. If all please stand, and following that we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance.
When they can't get someone, I'm the stunt pastor, so I'll fill in this morning. Be glad to. Lord, thank you for a beautiful day. Just thank you for those who serve, those who have come out today to voice their opinion and their position. Just thank you for the freedoms that we have and the privilege that we have. Most of all, we thank you for what you did for us on the cross. We just thank you for your love for us and your grace that you give to us. And we just ask for wisdom today. You said in James, if anyone lacks wisdom, let him ask of you. And I believe this entire council would like that wisdom today. And so we ask you for that. And just may everything we do honor you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. No, I don't need a pen.
Does he have to walk down and shake hands? May I have the roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Mr. Patterson? Here. Ms. Post is absent today. Ms. Wheeler? Ms. Cusack? Ms. Denise?
Here.
Mr. Lowry?
Here.
And Mr. Kelly?
Here. And just for the record, Ms. Post is absent due to pneumonia, so kindly remember her, and that's not something we all take lightly. So with that, does anyone have any comments on the consent agenda or wish to pull any item? Hearing none, may I have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second, Wheeler.
Any objection to the consent agenda items? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously. We'll move to item 2, which is,
That's canceled, isn't it?
it's the, item 2 has been pulled.
Been withdrawn.
So, withdrawn. So we'll move, Donna, we'll move to item 3, and you're up.
Good morning. I'm Donna DePeister, Deputy County Manager, CFO. I want to thank you, Mr. Chair, and the County Council members for allowing us to present to you today the 5-year forecast. It's a lot of hard work and dedication of the Budget Administrative Services staff who prepared the document that we have transmitted to you under the leadership of Tammy Bong, our Budget Administrative Services Director, who is right here. She and I are going to lead you through, briefly, the 5-year forecast. The forecast is an iterative process. Internal and external forces influence the numbers that you see before you. As a result, this document reflects a snapshot in time, and with it, the assumptions that are in play at that point. A couple of assumptions that I want to share with you that you will see throughout the whole presentation is all the taxing funds, the millages have remained the same as the current year. We've programmed in a 3% salary increase annually for each of the forecasted years. And in the health insurance, we showed an increase of 6.6% annually. Some of you may recall that last year we had estimated 9% because at that time we were reluctant to lower it until we had more experience under our belt regarding the changes that we had made to our health plan and our health insurance program. We're now starting to see those results, so we were able to reduce that increase down to 6.6%. We will only be presenting to you the following funds: Votran Economic Development Emergency Medical Services, E911 Fire Fund, MSD, and of course the General Fund. I do appreciate the time that each of you gave us to go over the forecast in detail. We will be presenting only some of the key highlights of each of those funds. And if everyone's ready, Tammy and I are ready to begin. Votran, which is on page 4 of the full document. The full document, by the way, includes 42 funds that we've actually forecasted for your review and for your reference, but we're not going to go over all 42 this time. Votran, of course, was established as the county's mass transportation system, which includes 77 fixed buses and 60 paratransit vehicles. Now, federal and state resources fund about 41% of its operations, of which 12% of those are provided by fares only. Votran depends upon the general fund for its funding. For fiscal year 18, the general fund provides 45% contribution, or $11.1 million, to support the system. Now, this includes not only the existing routes and service that we have today, but also includes the new service that Council had directed us in February to put into play beginning next fiscal year. $1.2 million is allocated to address route frequency increases on Route 7 and 11, which is in the Port Orange and Daytona Beach areas, going from 1 hour to 30-minute service, adding a new route in New Smyrna Beach, and implementing limited holiday service that had not previously been.
Excuse me,
Yes.
Mr. Chair. As we go through this, is it appropriate for council, if we have questions on each fund, can we ask them
Please.
at each fund?
I'd suggest you do that at the
Please.
specific
That would
fund.
be great.
So we don't
Miss.
have to come back?
Sure.
So with that being said, is 7-Eleven the Nova?
Yes, that area,
That's
yes.
desperately needed, okay,
Yes.
because that will help connect that underserved area in New Smyrna, that will connect all those corridors.
That's correct.
Perfect, thank you. That's all I had, thank you.
Thank you. In fiscal year 2019, we've added the new route for Deltona as well. Also, we recommend establishing in this fund a new revenue stabilization starting at $250,000 for 17-18, and we'll be growing that over a period of the next several years so that we can begin a revenue stabilization fund in here. Fiscal year 2021, by that point in time, we should be about 7% of our revenues, which the goal, of course, is 10, but we'll start growing that gradually as we can to establish that reserve. Operating expenses for fiscal year 2018 are around $24.7 million. I think it's of note, employees of Votran are not Volusia County employees, but they are employees of our contractor, McDonald Transit. And one thing I'd like to point out is that we work very closely with us and with them to ensure that their projected revenues and expenses, for instance, mirror our expenses for salaries, as an example, so that they're real close and we work side by side so that they get the same savings that we have, as well as a 3% cost increase for their employees. We're going to go on to the next fund, which is Economic Development, page 8. Unless there's other questions, sorry, I didn't mean to, I'm trying to.
I think if anyone has a question, Donna, they will
Okay, pipe in?
let me
Okay.
know, and we'll
Okay.
interrupt you, or they can just, we'll do it that
Okay.
way.
Very nice, thank you.
I will make one comment, since you let
Oh,
me
okay.
stop. Achieving the reserve
Mm-hmm.
is fantastic to have that goal, because we all realize how important it was, and understanding that years ago it dropped down to like 1%. And that doesn't really give you a healthy financial statement, which we may need to use for our credit and so forth in any future bonds that we may need to have. So
Yes.
a very worthy goal and one that's needed. So thank you.
Well, appreciate it, thank you. All right, we'll move on to Economic Development, which is on page 8 of the document. The purposes for this fund is to account for the county's efforts towards economic development. Now, the general fund contribution is allocated at around $4.2 million and is projected to be slightly above that amount in the outer years. The contribution funds the following: administrative legislative programs of $1.4 million, Team Volusia Incubator Program at $2.9 million, and other incentive grants that y'all may grant during that time period of $2.4 million, like QTI and other programs. We still have a fund balance in that fund because as the money is transferred in from the general fund into that fund, it stays there. We have some unspent fund balance that is set aside from prior years to pay for the remaining $750,000 for the Embry-Riddle Research Park, and $300,000 is still set aside for any airline incentives should a potential airline be interested in contemplating coming to DBIA. In addition, we have 3.7 million in fund balance that when you add that to the 2.4 million that we've projected for 17-18, you will have a total of 6.1 million to be used for any incentives. Of course, if no major awards come up before the end of the year, then that 6.1 million will be pretty close to being accurate. However, should you have some awards that come up before the end of the fiscal year, that 3.7 million component would be reduced accordingly. All right, emergency medical.
Wait, excuse me, excuse me,
sorry.
Mr. Chair. I wanted to go back, of course, we're not voting on this, this is for informational purposes only. But
Correct.
going forward for when the actual budget comes back and we have those conversations for vote and approval, I want to go back to the economic development, our incentives, because what we did previously when we had Project Panther and we cloak all of our projects rightfully so, at that point, we knew, and council gave the manager at the time freedom to move around the budget, if you will, because if and when, it's not if, but it's when that next project is on the radar, the last thing, council, we should be doing is have to publicly state what we're doing, what the project is, because that has just completely nullified our negotiating abilities. Is that a true statement, Mr. Manager?
Yes, in fact, I'm glad Ms. Denny's brought this up. We do the 5-year forecast is a way to sort of give you two things, an overview of what's coming up. It's kind of a sneak preview of what's going to be in my budget. Now, quite frankly, it's all good news today, okay? The thing that Ms. Denny's is talking about, and the other council wanted me to do this, is that in a lot of cases, these negotiations are private. And we have agreements we have to sign for confidentiality. My responsibility, according to the previous council, and I assume this council same way, is that when we're asked what we can do, and usually it's incentives to write down risk, which means building roads or water lines or whatever. What I'll look at is the money. My job is to know at any time where I think the council would be on a project, because I'm not allowed to ask you, because that'd be like walking the line. So I'm supposed to know. I know by just talking to you on a regular basis. So if we come up with an incentive, especially if I'm working with someone else, one, I have some funds in this fund. As you can see, the total is only $6 million. So that's that money. Then if it's more than that, and like in the case of Project Panther, they were significantly more money. So in that case, what I'm required to do is to anticipate, because you would decide, not me, if we do the incentive, but then we would do it publicly. I would anticipate if we get it from some other fund or whether I believe we should borrow the money. What the previous council said is never let this specific amount dictate to you what you think the requirement would be for us to land the job if you felt that was the right thing to do, the council would support. And that's what I think Ms. Denny's is getting at, is that you'll still get to make the decision, but if I put the offer on the table, let's put it this way, $6 million may not cut it for something that you would really, for example, in the case of One Daytona, you put up $20 million. Do I think that that'll be a good investment for the taxpayer? I need to know whether that makes sense. So what she's saying is that unless the council changes, that's always been the attitude of the council, is that I don't have the authority. Everything I'd have to do in the public, and in that case, we would be unable to honor a confidentiality agreement while we're negotiating. So this funds is just part of the funds that's available. It's a big deal, especially, as Ms. Denny said, we don't want anybody to think that this money is specifically free to be used. On the other side of the coin, we don't want anybody thinking that's the absolute total that we maybe have available.
Well, and that's the other piece of the negotiating
Yes.
process. I mean, last thing we want to do, council, is put $15 to $20 million in there, because I promise you when the next project X, Y, and Z comes through, they're going to say, well, they've got $20 million in
Correct.
incentives. That's what we want. So we want to keep this here. Rob's grinning, you know where we're going with this. So we want to keep it here with the same time, allow the manager to be the manager within the budget and work
Right.
within parameters that are acceptable. And while the only thing with One Daytona is that wasn't a competitive bid. We will be in competition with some other areas in these
Correct.
other processes. So I think it's that much more important to have the number, but yet not disclose our positioning power, posturing
Correct.
power, if you will. Is that fair enough?
That's well put.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thanks. Thank you, Ms.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll move on to Emergency Medical Services, or EVAC, which is on page 12 of the document. Total operating revenues for this fund are approximately $21.8 million. 68% come from ambulance fees, or approximately $15 million. Now, like Votran, EMS does depend upon the general fund to contribute to their operations, and that's allocated for next year at around $6 million, or 28% of revenues in fiscal year 18. It's important to note this. If you'll notice, ambulance fees for 16-17 were estimated to be at 5% above the previous year, or around $17 million. This was based on our historical experience over the last several years. However, we have been experiencing about a 7% reduction in revenues, and it's directly attributed to a reduction in transports. The cost per, or the revenue per transport actually has ticked up just a little bit. Thank you for the crumbs that Medicare has given us. But the actual transports themselves have gone down. This started late last year, and it appears this pattern is continuing. We do believe the reduction is related first to some of the cities who have increased their number of transports under the contingency and plus programs in relation to our transports. And second, the total number of calls are down throughout the whole system. We are analyzing the data to diagnose the cause of the overall reduction. In the meantime, we've reduced our 2016-17 expenditures. We've made some cuts. We've also reduced our 2018 estimates in future years. We've cut back on our operating and capital expenditures in those years as well to compensate. Now, you will know that we do show addition of crews in 18-19 and in 2021, but that won't occur unless those support it. But we did at least demonstrate that we can do it if we have the revenues to support it in the transports.
If the calls continue to drop, which in some ways we want to see them slow down, there will be a critical point where I'll have to make a decision on what resources that we reduce. In terms of number of ambulances, obviously we wouldn't let anybody off, be through attrition. But that's a fine line to draw because of our need to make sure that we can respond within a timely manner in terms of the guidelines we've set. So we'll see how this goes. Obviously, we have to try and make revenues meet the expenditures.
Okay. Any questions? All right, E911 Emergency Telephone System, which is page 16 of the document. While this is a small fund, it's important to see how it impacts the general fund. It's important to know this. Funding for the E911 system is provided by two main revenue sources from wireless and landline phone charges. Now, one error we do have on this sheet is we show the E911 wireless at 50 cents. Actually, it's 40 cents. That was a cut the state made back in 2015, and that answers one of the reasons our revenues have gone down. There's other reasons because of the mix of wireless and landlines. Landlines are going down. Wireless is the combination between prepaid and non-prepaid, or changing. Prepaid is greater than et cetera, and that's a smaller percentage that we get. So we've seen decreases in this revenue for the last few years. However, the operating revenues are at $1.8 million annually. Our annual expenses with directly in this fund are $1.4 million. Now, what we do, though, is we do transfer funds out of here back to the general fund. In this case, this is where the general fund is receiving a contribution from another fund, in this case E911, and that's at around $1.3 million, and it supports the call takers in the sheriff's dispatch area. Throughout the forecast, though, a portion of this is being funded by fund balance each year until depleted in fiscal year 2019. So in previous years, we built up a reserve in there. When the monies came in, it stayed in there. We've been living off those reserves, and by 2019, those reserves are gone. So you can clearly see that where we were getting $1.3 million in previous years, it starts to diminish, and really and truly the amount that the general fund will be able to receive by the time we get to 2021 will be reduced by $1 million. So as a result, the amount that the general fund will receive to help pay for the call support is substantially reduced, and therefore the entire cost of that differential will be absorbed by the general fund.
If I can add, this is a really good example of what happens a lot to county governments, is that originally when this went in, because it's really a federal and state program originally for 911, is that they try to convince the local governments that they would not have to bear an extra cost for 911. So they put these fees on. But what's happened over time is the fees have been reduced, and also now the state's decided they're going to keep more of the fee. Eventually, what you're going to end up doing is handling, this is what's going to happen, we're going to end up doing the entire cost of 911. We'll have to use our general fund to do it.
And interesting to note, we looked at some statistics. Florida is about the cheapest, if not one of the cheapest, if not the cheapest, on wireless fees and phone line fees added to the phone bill. All the other states are significantly higher than we are. All right, with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Bong. She's going to take you through the rest.
Test out this beautiful device here. All right, the next fund that we're going to discuss is your Fire Services Fund. This fund is presented with your current millage rate of 4.0815 through all the forecasted years. The ad valorem taxes is the primary revenue source of this fund of 97% of the total revenues of $26 million in FY18. Your ongoing operating cost of personnel and operating expenditures is 93% of the cost of the fire fund. So that leaves a very small window for improvements of capital infrastructure and so forth in the program. Your FY capital increase in 20 is going to be for the replacement of your breathing apparatuses, which is right around $1.3 million in FY20. And then your capital improvements are for other station renovations and improvements as we conclude with the study that's underway. Your emergency reserves is maintained at 10% in this taxing fund, and with your total reserves in FY18 being $6.7 million. The next fund we're going to talk about is your municipal service.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. Sorry. That's okay. Question on this, Tammy, and this is, I guess, on a conference call, which, what am I not connecting here? When comparing this to the general fund, where we are forecasting taxable property value increase of 5%, we're using that in those years after this year, but in this particular account, we're forecasting 3%. Why is that?
Absolutely, great question.
Really
This
good
is one of those areas very similar to the MSD you're going to see next.
Right.
They are residential for the primarily purpose area, so you don't have a lot of commercial. So the growth factor of the cap of Save Our Homes doesn't allow this taxing fund to increase greater, primarily more than 3%. So based upon the trend before the bubble, the 3% was the percentage that we utilized for forecasting purposes.
And I think that's going to be critical, especially with the ballot initiative that's going to be on in 18. So we're going to put that red flag up the flagpole right now, and we're looking at the this 5-year forecast before the voter initiative, the constitutional amendment possibility with extra 25,000 exemption and homestead exemption. So here's where we're going to see the difference. Is that right?
Yeah, no, we did not put that in because we didn't want to scare anybody. It's not on the ballot yet. We know that may come. The bottom line is that historically, I'm glad you pointed this out. This is why you do the 5-year forecast, so we're all on tune with what's coming. Historically, the unincorporated area, more rural, less dense, has always had lower property values. And so what happens is, and because there's so much of it homesteaded and you don't have commercial industrial, it does not grow at the same rate as some of the cities. And our overall general fund is a blend between the cities and the unincorporated. So in this case, what you're seeing is less likelihood. Here's the other thing. It's wonderful if our value, taxable value, grows larger than we project. What I cannot afford to do is project a number and you grow less than that, because I've made an assumption. So we'd rather be at 3 and grow at 4. We'd rather be in the general fund at 5 and grow at 6. But if I do the opposite, then I really cause you a problem.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Your next fund is your municipal service district, very similar to a city operational thing. It's for your unincorporated area of your county. This fund generates $14.3 million utilizing the millage rate of the flat of 2.299 throughout the forecasted years. The next area that is considerable, very similar in value, is your sheriff's contract. The sheriff's contract has a direct relationship to the services being provided to the cities for those services. It has a little bit of utility tax and communication tax, which is primarily the remaining part of your revenue sources. Both of those two areas are areas that have been in the legislative sessions many years of future probably possible reductions. So we will talk about that when we get to the reserves and why we have a reserve in this fund for that type of activity.
One of the things, though, that I think is very well worth noting is in the sheriff's department, a significant portion of their budget is dependent upon, about 45%, either MSD or the contracts with the cities, which are obviously revenue sources that are great. The MSD has a greater challenge, and then the contracts have limits. So I think it puts the sheriff's department in a position unlike some of the other agencies because of their dependence on those two funds.
And another thing, Mr. Chair, that you have to be mindful that these two funds are also has general revenue attached. Is that not right?
Correct.
So what is the total as it relates to the sheriff office from the MSD and contracts plus general revenue?
Well, this fund is just for the unincorporated. When we talk about the division of the Office of the Sheriff, it is correctly stated it is across the general fund, and we're going to talk about that in the next
But it's
discussion,
about,
and the MSD.
their
So
total budget's
his
about
budget is split.
their total budget's about 88 million. And how much comes from the general fund? How much comes from these two funds combined?
45 from the general fund, and the MSD is right around 33.9.
So it's about 83
Yeah,
total?
for FY18's budget submittal.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, just one more comment too on this. Looking at this, we're struggling to stay at a minimum of reserves on this. That's worth noting too. We're only at 5% in the MSD reserves for this, so.
It's very true. The other thing that I think people have to recognize is that all the previous councils, and in this one, struggled to balance off the bill that people get in the cities for their municipal services. People know that. So if you live in Port Orange, you get a bill. You live in, but in the case of the unincorporated, the citizens really, obviously they have the bill from the county for county services, but their urban service package is a combination of the MSD and the fire fund. And because of the nature of the fire fund, because of the low density, low value, you're covering a lot of area and you're protecting a lot of rural area, the fact of the matter is your rate is relatively high. You know, that last increase that the council did, they only did because the citizens would rather you raise the fee, which was 45 cents, than to reduce the service anymore. So there's always been this struggle to try and keep the MSD as low as they could because people combine those two. And that's the impact to them in terms of being unincorporated. And so it's been a struggle, and it's been tough to try and keep the reserves because we don't want to artificially show money in the fund because then in essence it pushes up your need to raise the tax.
Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Dean, what impact do the enclaves in the county, throughout the county, have on our budget in the MSD? Is that,
Well,
we
it's
better off if they were in the city, if we...
not necessarily. In most cases, a lot of it's good and bad, depending upon what it costs and how over time inefficient you can get when you have enclaves. And it also depends where, if the inefficiency is so large that we then depend on the city to provide the service and we pay them for it, that's balanced against whether those areas have higher value. The one thing about some of the enclaves, not all of them, some of the enclaves have a higher residential value and greater density. So some of that money actually helps for the areas that are very rural. But it really depends on a case-by-case basis on each enclave. There are a whole lot of, especially, I'll tell you where the real problem is. If we have a large enclave and we can service it reasonably, okay, then it's not that hard. In fact, we may actually benefit for the rural areas. What really hurts us is these little tiny ones of a couple of homes, because you can imagine the inefficiency of trying to manage when you have to go through maybe 2 cities to get to that enclave, okay? So the issue of trying to get those in cities, those make a lot of sense.
Well, I would think that, say an enclave where the millage rate being charged from the MSD is either lower than what the surrounding city might be.
Yeah, correct. And in that case, it's a very big drain on us. There are other questions, like in the North Penn, one of the issues we had there was, and I think the chair knows better about this than anybody else, is quite frankly, if people looked at what they were paying for the unincorporated fee, if they added the increased cost for water, they would find out that they would have probably been cheaper in the city. So,
A lot cheaper.
yes. I'll be honest with you. This is an issue that's gone on for a long time, but it's something as time goes on in a modern age, we've got to find answers. This makes no sense to have some of the enclaves we have. They don't make any jurisdictional sense. They make it hard to deliver service. And in some cases, there's issues about boundaries even with safety services.
Dr. Lowry.
Yeah, I just want to kind of follow up on that. Is there any way that we could take action to limit in some way certain small enclaves? Or are we just going to have to play the cards that were dealt to us in regard to that? And I guess maybe I'm asking legal that as well. Could this council set some standard, minimum standard, or something of that nature? I'm just kind of shooting in the dark here, but to not have those enclaves. Of course, we'd be forcing the cities, I guess, to adopt them. But I was just kind of following up on that, wanting to know if
The issue I know politically has always been, do we want to force people to annex? And that's a political decision.
Yeah.
So that's why you have enclaves.
Okay.
Though I do think, as Mr. Chair said, I do think that in some cases, as we go to educate people who think they may be getting a better deal, that in some cases they have not looked at the full cost. In that case, they may want to annex. I also think the cities need to think about how do they sell themselves on those annexations.
Well, I think one other point is the state legislature created the mechanism whereby those annexations could be a lot easier than they were 20 years ago. Yes. Those enclaves. And there are enclaves, I know, like you said, in Ormond Beach, that right next to Walmart on Granada, or close to it, are 2 enclaves. And there's no reason that they are not in. And then another one across the river, another enclave, 2 enclaves out there, that for the better service of more effective use of taxpayers' money for all, for Volusia County and for the municipalities, they would be better off having that service and representation in those areas. But like you said, that's up to them. We did a vote in Ormond Beach, and Ormond Beach wanted to annex Ormond by the Sea. Ormond by the Sea voted against it. And that's all you can really do, is to show them. And I think now if they looked at it, like you mentioned, with the 25% additional water fee charge and so forth, but those things are things that will have to be addressed and should be addressed in the future for everyone. And it would give us a better handle on managing the areas that we have more effectively with the revenues that come from that.
Mm-hmm.
To continue on with the expenditures that are allocated, you have, of course, the Office of the Sheriff, which is the largest, 68% of this budget, followed by growth management type services, and then a road maintenance of, it's about 9% or $4.8 million that we have in FY18.
That one thing I want to mention on the road maintenance, that money does not come from ad valorem taxes. That actually comes from the Transportation Trust. And the council made, I think, a wise decision to transfer a certain amount over there. That is the road program for all of the unincorporated. And quite frankly, it's not very large, but at least it allows us to take care of dangerous situations and emergencies.
And then to follow up on the status of the reserves, again, we mentioned that the 5% was your emergency reserves for this fund. And the 1.8, I just wanted to bring to your attention, is the revenue stabilization in case we do have any legislative actions. It's an ability to transition to develop strategies due to revenue loss. The next one we're going to go to would be the general fund. Thank you. And that's on page 23. This is your countywide taxing fund. The ad valorem taxes is 76% of this fund. Your number one revenue source of this fund is your millage rate of 6.1 throughout your forecasted period. Following that, you have charges for services. Again, services are being rendered to various things throughout the community. There's a fee associated with that, and that's what the charges for services would be for. Sales tax is split between this fund, debt service, and the MSD. You saw some sales tax in that fund as well. About 8% of this fund comes from directly sales tax related activities. Within your expenditure part below.
Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
On the revenues part,
Mhm.
looking at miscellaneous revenues, let's go back up here, make sure I've got my right one. No, the sales tax.
Yes.
We're going under the sales tax. Why are we projecting for 17, 18, 10% less?
17, 18, that's just due to, first you pay off your debt requirement.
Right.
So you have your final, one of your final payments for your courthouse facility. So once that's concluded, you'll see that that revenue source goes up in 19 to $23 million for the general fund. It's because we've already gone to zero. We've paid our debt down, and we freed up that money to be utilized for operating expenditures within this taxing fund.
So it's actually, this is one of those accounting things. It's the exact
Correct.
opposite of what we're doing. So it's a very good thing. So even
A
though the
very
revenues
good
are
thing.
down, it's a good indicator. It's a
Yes.
solid indicator.
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am.
Dr. Lowry.
Just to kind of follow up on that, I mean, I'm very much behind the Go to Zero plan, and I think sometimes that to me benefits as much, if not more, than maybe trying to reduce the millage rate, trying to get that
Oh.
down to really be solid in our finances. So, thank you.
One of the things that people need to understand, that the go to zero is not just a term. And that doesn't mean you will be at zero. Going to zero means that you have finished up your other obligations, and especially in the case of the stuff that we did for One Daytona, is that you will not owe money then for an investment in a development. What I think it does is it gives you if you think you got a good opportunity in terms of bond rating to sell bonds, when you have no debt, you're going to find that you will even do better in the bond market. The other thing is, the reality is that we have issues in the future, especially in the court system, that we cannot avoid. And those are expensive, and those will require you to borrow money. If you have no debt, when you go to borrow, first of all, we've built in a certain margin, so you'll be able to borrow money without increase in taxes. And the other thing is that you will do better in the bond market. So it doesn't mean that we think you'll not have debt in the general fund, but once and for all, we're going to get away from anything we had. I'm a great believer you should never have short-term debt or short-term expenditures as debt. So this would be, you would have your fund completely open for anything really big. And I see the court system, which I think some previous council is going to have to deal with, is we have to make some changes, and it's pretty significant costs.
So within the expenditure area, one area that is money that comes in and goes directly right out is for your CRAs. Your CRAs is estimated at 5.9 for FY18. And then in your go to zero that we mentioned was 4.3 was contributed this year. We follow that up in 18 with 3 million, and then with your final payment in an FY19 budget of the 13.5 demonstrated. The other area within your estimated column I wanted to just touch upon, this does allow you for your homeless initiatives. From everyone that we've mentioned, from Daily Homeless Capital, to the operating, to the DeLand Homeless Capital, to the 1 year operating for the DeLand, for Hope Place, 1 year operating along with Hope Place, the additional capital. You will see that corresponding reduction on the reserves on the following page when we get to that. And then one of the other areas is your $900,000 that this fund is contributing for the local match requirements for FEMA. This is being transferred over to that FEMA fund for the anticipation of that payment. In FY21, wanted to bring to your attention, incorporated within your Parks, Recreation, and Coastal line item, is that first estimated, very estimated, maintenance of your sunrail of $2.7 million included in the forecast for the first time. The next page is really a truly page ago. We have some major capital infrastructure that we're able to accomplish with the millage rate and revenue sources that you have throughout the forecasted period. They range everything from your elections warehouse to your 800 megahertz backbone program. You'll see the largest 5.9 million going into that operation in FY18. We have, the Sheriff's Office has a few projects from continuing on with the evidence facility. It's split between the general fund and the MSD. The records management CAD system is also split between the two funds. It's demonstrated. The E911 is it's replacement of wire to digital lines. It is something that we feel is probably more of a state mandate than anything. AATT said they will not support it. So in FY20, you see $5 million allocated for that effort to be in compliance with that technology. We also have in FY19 $1 million for building renovations within the sheriff's operation for his central intelligence area once he moves some employees out to the new evidence facility. Also included is your EVAC facility in FY2021, your corrections network. This is an area, again, we're trying to get prepared for the technology that's available within your correctional facility. It's a very dated facility. There's a lot of things that would enhance the security of the facility. It's really behind the scenes, wiring, cabling, and so forth, and getting ready for that is presented in this forecast. And then the last capital program item on the list is your medical examiner facility. Again, it goes from FY18, 19, and 20.
Before we move on, excuse me, Mr. Chair, before we move on, your transfer in the 313 fund for off-beach parking development, I see that we have nothing budgeted from 17-18 forward. Is that because we have enough budgeted to complete all of the off-beach parking that we currently have, the lots that we've purchased?
When we allocated the 5.1, it was based upon the estimates. Of course, you know, a lot of those are in design at this point in time. So if there's opportunities that there's a shortfall, but based upon the time that we did this in FY17 budget development, it was the hole that we had, and we filled it by transferring that one-time source over to the 313
No, that's
fund.
not what I'm asking. I'm asking, Mr. Manager,
That's
for all
a
the
good
off-beach-
question. Let me do a review, because I don't believe it includes the property that's in contention in the shores. I need to make sure of that. Let me get back to you on that. I want to make sure, because first of all, construction costs have come in higher than we anticipate. Let me take a look at this, because I can't remember right offhand whether I pulled that out or not. So we'll get back to you on that one.
Because it's a priority to have nothing budgeted in the incoming years to develop the off-beach parking. I'm uncomfortable with that.
Well, we want to make sure that we have the money. Once we develop them, and then we shouldn't need more development money, because it's really getting them ready and paving them, putting up the amenities. So let me get back with you before we submit my budget.
Yeah,
I'll make sure of that answer.
I'd like to see how many lots we have now that are undeveloped and where the funding is to go forward in the next several years, because this was our goal
No, it's
last year to have this
100%
completed and funded.
100% agree. The other thing I want to take I want them to relook at the numbers in terms of what see that when they were done, we hadn't had the new construction costs. So let's take a look.
Okay, thank you.
And also included in your document on page 54 is that 313 fund. You do have some ongoing revenue going into that fund from your beach access fee. So they do have some funding that if that is allocated to that project. So of course, project could be reviewed and massaged if needed.
I'll
to
give
make
you a
sure that those are
clarification.
completion.
Thank you.
Great question. I'll give you a clarification.
And then at the end, you will notice that, again, we mentioned the homeless initiative. Your FY17 reserves go from 36 for FY18 to $26 million.
Now, what I'd like to emphasize, I got a few final closing comments, which is that's fine. That's what we have the money for. So going 36 to 26, you'll see that we try to grow that back over time. The beauty of that is, which I think all the council members wanted, whether they were on either side of the issue, is that once we funded it, and it's not an ongoing cost. The any potential ongoing cost is whether you decide to make any operating cost adjustments to Hope Place and to Land in the future. Those would be, they're not small, but they'd be relatively small in relationship to, they wouldn't be a capital item, they'd be more of an operating cost item. I do want to point out that for the public's sake, that while we did a fairly short review here, this is a big deal, obviously, to all the council and to the government, that all of these funds, I want to say so everyone hears us, have been reviewed in depth by line by all the council members on an individual basis, which we wouldn't want to put the public through here, but I want the public to know that the council members have gone over this in detail. So they do know. This is a precursor for my budget. The good news is, it looks good, it is good. The things that we don't have in here are, I do a flat millage rate across the board. I do believe that there are things that I've been asked, do we ever want to do any partial rollback? I'm not going to recommend that, I believe, this year based on some of the expenditures we had. We could look at that again next year. That's from the 6.1 if you want to go backwards, because we went from 6.3 to 6.1. I show no new CRAs in here. We are showing the impact of FEMA based on what we believe we're owed. Now, obviously, I have to hope, one, they pay us in some reasonable period of time, and two, that they pay us what they owe us. I'm showing 3% salary adjustment in all the years. As you know, we have several of the unions already have 3-year contracts, and I think of 3%, and that's the expectation, I think, of the non-union people. But I'm showing it in years beyond what the contracts are, because I have to pick a number, and I think that's a reasonable number. In the general fund, you saw the homeless issues. The go to zero still intact for November 1st, 2018. I'm showing Sunrail maintenance at 2.7 just as a placeholder, because we have no idea where we're going. And I think when we talked about it at one time, we don't want anyone misinterpreting us by taking that money out of there to think that we have somehow lost our support for Sunrail. So I'm going to continue that until we figure out what that final is, as we figure out what our contract should look like. All the major capital projects, you know, the council has supported this. My philosophy, and I think they support is a pay-as-you-go, rather than to try, especially in those that we can afford to pay as we go. We're going to try and get our emergency reserves back to 10% in the general fund for sure, because I do believe, now we would like 15%. I've talked to the chair about this. Some of the cities that have been fortunate enough to have decent revenues carry 15 to 20%. 15 is a better number, but we're hard-pressed to get there. The other thing I want to say that I'm very happy about is, the other, no, some cities, I mean, if I could have 20, I'd like it. 15 is where I'd like to be, but if you understand, we came in at 1, so 10's pretty good.
Can I just make a comment here? From a conversation in another organization at TPO, we're looking at cities to increase the match at TPO. Think of 15-20% in reserves. I'm just saying, 15 to 20% in reserves. So, just making that note, okay?
And that just as a, sorry, Ms. Cousette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to further support the fact that they can have 20% in reserve, is that we continue to struggle with Votrans, and it is a major piece of our budget for the county government place for services that cities residents utilize Votrans in addition. So to be able to afford 20% in reserve and not contribute anything to Votrans, so I think is something that everyone should be looking at. As we live in cities, many folk live in cities, and they receive the services, but they do not contribute to it. Right. We need to make sure that's always on our radar.
Yeah, my goal would be to at least get to the minimum of 15%. That's recommended by the Florida League of Cities, the League of Counties, especially for coastal communities, right, with that are subject to disasters and so forth like that, because with the experience that we have with FEMA, how much longer we go, and the states withholding. So those are the reasons that to have a larger revenue would be ideal. But you can't forsake doing what your responsibility is, providing services for the sake of creating a reserve, and that's fully understandable. Correct. On that. So
one other comment, and I'm very happy with this, and the council needs to know this, that you'll see, because this is the precursor of the budget that I'm going to present to you. So it's really, the budget, I think the way we have done this with the mini budgets, the 5-year forecast, our budget process is somewhat anticlimactic at the end, because people already know where we're going to be. The thing that you council needs to know is that I'm going to be able, as you see it, because I have it in the 5-year forecast now, I'm going to be able to take care of all the needs of all the departments that I run, in terms of everybody would like things on a wish list, but all the real needs I'm able to build in the budget, and all of the needs and the requests for the clerk of courts and the 3 elected department heads of the property appraiser, the sheriff's office, the election supervisors. I'm able to include everything that they requested. And in fact, Mr. Bartlett is going to come by, and he's going to show you, he wants this new pictometry initiative that I think really benefits him and the whole county. It's additional money. We were able to fit that into his budget this year. He's requested, and I've actually talked to him about coming in front of you to give you an overview and give the citizens an overview of what he's doing. That's a pretty innovative program. So that'll be coming forward. With that, I feel really good. I think the 5-year forecast, we are in for a real struggle if that initiative with the increased homestead happens. There is no way around that. That will not have an impact on us, especially in the MSD and the fire fund. But we'll deal with that in the future as we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. As for now, if we stay the course, I think we'll be fine, and that's in addition to the money we set aside for homeless.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. And as you mentioned, which was part of what I was going to say, is we all sat through hours of this detailed presentation and discussion individually. And while he was saying he wouldn't want to put the public through it, I'm glad that he doesn't want to put us through it again either. So I'm more concerned about us going through it again than the public. But you're welcome to look at it. It's all online. You can pull it up and look at every detail just as we have, because everything we have access to, so do you. And as far as going to rollback, I still have emphasized for years, especially if it's in 2010 onward, if everyone would look at what they paid in property taxes in 2006 or 7 and what they paid in 17, they're paying less in total taxes than they did 10 years ago. So I won a lunch yesterday. Everyone I've bet with, I've won, and I would bet I would win with you. So if you go back and check your tax record, it's an easy way to find it. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But, I mean, and that's what I look at. If you're paying the same tax or less than you paid 10 years ago, how can you complain about that? To me, I mean, that's a bargain to be able to go that length of time. With that, we'll thank you for your presentation. We'll move to item 4, and we have Rick Carl, I guess, it'll be up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. Rick Carl, Director of Aviation and Economic Resources. We're here today to give you a brief update on our state legislative activities. Briefly, I'm here with Robert Stewart and Katie Flory from Gray Robinson, and of course Arlene Smith, your legislative coordinator. I want to thank each of you for your efforts this session. It was a crazy session. Mark Twain said, no man's life, liberty, or property are safe while the legislature's in session. This was a pretty much off the rails endeavor. But having Ms. Cusack and Mr. Patterson as former legislators gives us a whole different level of credibility in Tallahassee. So thank you both, especially Mr. Patterson, who spent a lot of time in Tallahassee. This was a pretty wild session. And I want to thank all the staff, because there's a lot of folks that work out there. Arlene was working her heart out, and but all your county staff gets involved with this. And most importantly, I want to make sure we acknowledge to you and everyone that your county attorney is plays such an integral and important role in this process. Quietly working, I mean, at night and weekends, where there's so much that went on from these constitutional amendments that we couldn't figure out how they were going to impact our charter. And Mr. Eckert was there going shoulder to shoulder with us on all the stuff from these constitutional amendments to an obscure amendment to the Marketable Record Titles Act, which would have eliminated the public's right to access our beach. So I deep felt thanks to Mr. Eckert and all his effort that he has put into this. I mean, we could not do this without his experience and his knowledge and his reading of all these things and drafting and reviewing stuff. So thank you very much. With that, I would like to invite Robert Stewart to come up and just give us a quick update. We're here, Arlene and I, to answer questions if you have any of us. Thank you. Robert Stewart.
Thank you, Rick. Appreciate it. Good morning, Chairman and Council, and I'm glad I'll start Robert Stewart with the Gray Robinson Law Firm. I'll start by echoing his comments about Dan, and I won't ask Dan on the record to answer this question because I might not like the answer, but I know he got very tired of me during session, I think, at times. and I won't ask him to confirm or deny that. But we were very lucky to have a guy of Dan's stature and wisdom and his team working alongside us this session with some of the nuanced issues that came our way, particularly the customary use issue at the very end of session that could have had a significant impact on Volusia County. And that's one of, I think, the victories that we can announce to you, that we were able to stop that from passing. I do expect it back next year, and so I think in the interim, that's one of the issues that we can work on to massage the language that was put forward by the House of Representatives in a way that that doesn't change Volusia's issues while still potentially addressing the one that they were trying to address up in the Panhandle. But what I want to do today, and I know Arlene has put together a really comprehensive and really good report for you guys on all the stuff that we were tracking. We're in the process now of completing sort of our Gray Robinson post-session report to you. That'll be complete once the governor takes his action, and we can include all that in one document so you're not getting multiple ones. But today I'll just give a kind of a quick overview of the things that we worked on. Of course, be available for any questions that you might have, Chairman and Council, and then we'll get out of your way because I know you have a busy agenda. First, some nice victories on the appropriation side. We have 2 projects in the budget that were priorities of this council. The governor still has not received the budget. Once he does, he'll have 15 days constitutionally to act upon that. And of course, his options are to veto the whole budget, sign the whole budget, or sign it with line item veto. The third is the most likely of those options, and we are working very hard with our partners in the House and Senate that helped us on these projects to avoid that veto if at all possible, including with the DOT and with any other stakeholders on those projects to make sure that we put ourselves in the best possible posture to avoid a gubernatorial veto. Those 2 projects, for your reference, are $3 million for the Daytona International Airport to get the south property shovel ready. It's a total $10 million project, but $3 million this year from the legislature, if the governor approves it, to get that project shovel ready for private development. A very nice win. And also $2.95 million, almost $3 million for Williamson Road, a project that is obviously another critical piece of the puzzle for Volusia County going forward. Both of those 2 items are in the budget. Another one that we worked on that did not get in, unfortunately, was the Oak Hill water project, and similar to the way we worked in partnership with the DEP and the Water Management District in the months following 2 sessions ago when we didn't get the money in the legislative budget for the wastewater treatment plant. Our intention is to continue pushing away at the DEP and the Water Management District to come together with a plan that works to still get that project funded, notwithstanding the legislature's inability to do so. And some of the interesting, or maybe not so interesting, politics behind that is there was, again, hundreds of millions of dollars in water projects and only about $48 million funded. And so we weren't alone, certainly, in Oak Hill not getting the funding, and we look forward to continuing to work on that project and finding a way to get it funded outside the legislative session. Policy wins that I would point to. This council talked about it in one of your meetings. There was language put into a DOT bill that would have caused the DOT to do a study about moving the District 5 office from DeLand. We were able to quickly, in working with our delegation and with the sponsors of those bills, to quickly nip that in the bud, and it did not get into the final package. The DOT bill did pass, and in that bill, there is language asking or demanding that the DOT look at all of the districts and decide whether or not a sixth, or excuse me, I guess it'd be a 9th district or 10th district, whatever it is, down in Fort Myers makes sense. And really all of this originates out of Fort Myers, which is part of the Bartow district. And the legislators from Fort Myers feel like that region is sometimes treated like the redheaded stepchild of that district because it's just so far from the district office. And so we were able to nip that in the bud. That was a nice victory, and kudos to your delegation for really working that one hard. There was amendments on the floor. A couple of years ago, you'll recall there was a bill about COPCN and non-emergency transport. The bill was not filed this year, but it came back in the form of an amendment to other bills. We were able to quickly, working with our partners, stop those from getting on and change the way that you guys do your non-emergency transport, which could have been detrimental to your budget, apropos of the past conversation. That was another nice victory. I mentioned the customary use language that was part of the real property bill that we were able to stall, but again, it's one that I think that we need to be looking for next year and working on in the interim period between the sessions. Of course, there was the constitutional officers bill that would have certainly impacted your charter and the way that y'all operate the charter here in Volusia County, and we were able to successfully stop all those constitutional officers bills in partnership with other counties and with our delegation from getting across the finish line. None of those passed, and that's a nice victory for us and frankly for your charter, which was approved by your voters. One thing that was mentioned briefly in the budget presentation that I'll mention again did pass. There was an amendment in the Senate as part of the broader budget bill, a budget deal between the House and the Senate to get the legislative session to a successful landing. That basically said, look, if this bill doesn't pass, if the House's position was if this bill, if that proposal, that constitutional amendment doesn't go to the ballot, the whole deal would have blown up. And ultimately it did pass on a 28-9 vote in the Florida Senate, but there was an amendment put onto it to mitigate some of the statewide impact by making it not a $25,000 additional exemption on the 50 that already exists, but $25,000 on the second 100,000 of value, which didn't quite cut in half the total impact, but it did a significant mitigation of the impact. It's still a $600+ million impact statewide to local government revenues if it were to pass. And for your budget year, which starts in October, if it were to pass in November of 18, the amendment would be effective January 1 of 19, so it would happen mid-year. The impact would begin mid-year for Volusia County, really for all local governments that have that October fiscal year. Some other preemption issues that we are constantly fighting up there, it seems, kind of an affront to home rule. 3 that were filed that could have had major impact that did not pass. One dealing with local regulations. There was actually a bill filed in the House of Representatives that would have said local governments cannot have ordinances that govern business or professions in any way, shape, or form, period, full stop. That bill made it through a House committee. We were able to stop it with our friends in the Senate, and it never got another House committee meeting after that. There was a bill about local business taxes. The original draft of the bill in the House side would have said that local business taxes could not be, I think, more than $25 or $50 per year per city or county. We were able to stop that bill from getting to final passage. And then a vacation rentals bill. You'll recall back in 2011, there was sort of a grand compromise on vacation rentals saying that that local governments can regulate them, you just can't outlaw them. They were cropping up around the state where local governments were outlawing vacation rentals, and that was becoming problematic for the marketplace, and there was a property rights issue there. And so they had a grand compromise in 11 that said you can regulate them, but you cannot outlaw them. There was an attempt this year to lower that threshold even further for local government, saying that you cannot regulate them in any way other than what you would regulate every other property. So basically you can't regulate them. Is what that would have been. And that bill didn't reach final passage. That is one of the 3 that I just mentioned that I think has the best chance of success in coming back next year. The vacation rentals bill did pass the Florida House. There was several different iterations of it in trying to get local governments to a more comfortable place. Obviously, we never got there. But it got to the Senate floor, and ultimately they ran out of time to get that up in the Senate. So that's one I would expect to have back, and one that we can begin working on with your staff in the interim period. Additional things that we worked on sort of outside the legislative session, one in particular I'll note is the Hurricane Matthew cleanup, largely the derelict vessels that you're finding in your waterways. We've worked with your staff and with the DEP and with the Fish and Wildlife Commission to make sure that that stuff's getting cleaned up. And I understand there's some FEMA money that we hope is headed our way to help offset some of those costs. So that's a very quick overview. Obviously, I can dive in deeper on some of these issues if you'd like, but I do want to be respectful of your busy calendar. And we remain extraordinarily grateful for the honor of representing Volusia County and Tallahassee, and we look forward to continuing that. So with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I'll answer any questions.
Thank you. I think Ms. Denny's has a question.
Yes, ma'am.
You commented on the Oak Hill project, and you have some other suggestions and maybe going forward how we can work with agencies to make that happen. If you could contact me, because we're going to regroup. As you know, session starts earlier in January this year because of the election year. So if you could connect with me and what your thoughts are and how we can accomplish that, that would be great. That would be very helpful. The other thing is, you said it was a nuanced issue on the beach access issue. There was no nuance about it, very, very respectfully. There was no nuance in how anybody from the House could vote for this, to cut beach access out for Volusia County citizens, I still do not comprehend that. I just don't. And great thanks and kudos to the Senate for representing the people. And I know behind the scenes, Senator Hukel may not have been in session this time, but I know what she did behind the scenes, and I know she got to the Senate sponsor of that bill, who the Senate sponsor killed it herself. She pulled her own bill back to stop this issue here. So that would have been a really, probably the worst thing other than the $25,000 exemption to hit the citizens of Volusia County. So I want to go on the record and thank our senators. That was a voice of reason for the people in the state of Florida, and specifically Volusia County. And we need to keep this on the radar, because this isn't a nuanced issue. This is a nuisance issue. And we will stay on top of that. And I know Senator Hukel will be our greatest cheerleader with that in this next session going forward. But yeah, seriously, thank you for the Oak Hill project. I would like to work with you on what we can do proactively to work within these organizations and achieve some success. I've been speaking with some other people on that particular issue and why some got funded, even in Volusia County, and Volusia's and Oak Hill didn't. I mean, South Daytona was funded, and some of the other cities were funded. So I actually have an analysis of those bills, why it was funded, who was behind it, and how it happened. So I'm going to be a little more engaged and proactive, so we can not make the same mistake the next session and be a little proactive. But if you could keep this beach issue,
Yes, ma'am.
number one, at least let us know where it is, and any red flags that you see or conversations that you hear. I would greatly appreciate that. And thanks. This was a tough session. I don't know how much sleep you got the last week.
I've caught up a little bit.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Yeah,
I wasn't even up there, and everybody was not sleeping here.
Yeah, Chairman, with your permission,
Thank you.
it seems like every year I come back from Tallahassee and say, I've never seen one quite like that. This time, I think I really mean it. That was a very, very interesting, different type of session. And thank you, Councilwoman, for mentioning Senator Hukel. That's the one note I had on the top of my list, and I just skipped it. We could not have been as successful as we were this session without Senator Hukel. I talked to her regularly during the session, including when that issue on the beach issue popped up, and she joked every time that we talked, she's never worked so hard during a legislative session as she did this year, and she wasn't there. But she was a champion every step of the way for us, and so on the record, thank you for mentioning that, and I'll do the same. She was wonderful, and we look forward to having her back in full swing. On that particular issue, she made an initial call to Senator Passidomo.
Yeah.
We asked her to do that. We ran right over to Senator Passidomo's office as soon as it passed as soon as we knew it was going to pass the House, and sat down with her and explained where Volusia County was coming from, and she very quickly said, not doing that. And so she, procedurally, the way it works is she refused to accept the House's amendment, asked the House to recede, kicked the bill back over to the House, and it died in messages in the House. The House didn't bring it back up. So,
Okay, I think you answered one of the questions on what we can do with Oak Hill, and that's going to be to acquire more appropriations from the funds that's there. The $60 million, and I guess Senator Simmons also was upset with the amount from some.
for the total amount of water projects, yes,
Yeah.
it was about $48 or $50 million
Right.
total.
And
in
there,
water
and there was
projects.
what, 300 or 400 million,
Yeah, more, at least
600 million there, and I think close to 600 million or maybe more, and that's all they appropriated. But I mean, it's just like some of the other inaction. But I think next year you will come back and tell us the same thing. You have never seen one like this year.
I think you may be right, Chairman.
Because next year, with it being an election year, who knows what's going to happen.
I'm on the Oak Hill project. I'm an old Arrested Development fan. If you ever watched that show, and I believe there's always money in the banana stand.
Mr. Deneen.
So working with the Water Management District and the DEP, we're going to keep fighting on that one.
Jim.
Only a quick comment, and that is, number one, appreciate all the support and effort by the council to try and deal with all these issues. I know as manager in this, my 11th year here, I cringe every day they're up there. I just worry about what's coming down the pike. I want to thank, special thanks to you, Alain, and his effort, which was Mr. Patterson, to handle all this. This was such a godsend to have one of the council members actively engaged, knows what he's doing, can represent you politically. We can do it administratively. And then the other thing is I want to say, make a shout out here to Dan, on this, all the stuff with the beach. I worry sometimes that if Dan and Jamie are gone, I'm not sure anybody understands this issue like these two people, and they don't understand what they could be given away. And the thing I think everybody really takes for granted, they want the most, which is access, you could lose. And I don't think anybody really appreciates how close that we came or could come, and we need to be diligent. But Dan really jumped off it, him and Jamie jumped all over it. But I'm starting to worry that nobody else really understands it but those two, and that scares me.
I think we'll all be watching it.
Yeah, we will be.
Maybe not understand it, but we can read that. And Arlene, thank you for your updates. I got probably 15 or 20 daily updates. I got the morning session, the noon session, and the afternoon sessions. So I'm so thankful that all of those are not coming through, because really when it comes down to it, is when the governor actually signs or doesn't sign is when we'll actually know the fact. And isn't there one more option that, other than the three you mentioned?
He could allow it to become law without
Exactly.
signature, but yeah. And Chairman, I want to echo
Just thought I would
your comments
point
about your comments about Arlene. It is a godsend for us to have a Volusia County member of the professional staff to be up there to help us as we need quick answers about, you know, a nuance or a nuisance issue, to be able to have somebody that we can go to immediately, and she's up there all the time working as hard as anybody, and you've got a real asset there. And Councilman Patterson, thanks again to you for always being there and being available, and as you like to joke, making trouble up there. It is helpful. It's good to have you up there.
Thank you. And we'll move to item 5. Joanne, there's no action on this. Joanne, you're going to give us an update on community events that are in the future or past.
Good morning, Joanne Magley, Community Information Director with your Community Events Update, and we have 3 new events since our last council meeting. The first is National Emergency Medical Services Week, which is next week, May 21st to 27th. This year's theme is EMS Strong, Always in Service, and here in Volusia County, our EMS team will host 2 award ceremonies next week, which will be conducted here in the council chambers at 6:30 p.m. May 23rd and 25th. The second new event to the calendar is the ribbon cutting celebration for Smyrna Dunes Park Fishing Pier, which is Friday, May 26th at 9 a.m. That pier is 350 feet long and 10 feet wide and features concrete pilings, 2 large shade structures, multiple benches, and a handrail designed for handicap accessibility. The pier decking and handrail cap are constructed with composite lumber made of recycled plastic materials. The third event is really more of a reminder that hurricane season begins June 1st. So to help our community prepare, emergency management staff will speak on the importance of preparedness at several community events, including the Seminole County Hurricane Expo, May 20th, and Emergency Management Director Jim Judge will also be the speaker at the annual meeting for the local American Red Cross on June 29th at the Museum of Arts and Sciences. And finally, I just want to mention an event that we featured the last meeting. It's the unveiling of the historical marker and the 2 interpretive panels at Mary McLeod Bethune Park in New Smyrna Beach. That event is happening tomorrow at 10 a.m., and the markers explain the history of Bethune Beach, which gave African Americans a place of their own when most Florida beaches were closed to them by segregation. So that is my report, and if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Joanne.
Mr. Chair, I have to add on item 2, which was the New Smyrna Dunes Park Fishing Pier ribbon cutting, I need the approval of the council on me allowing us to waive the fee, the admission fee for people that day to attend. I don't think you want to charge people to be able to come and attend the ribbon
So
cutting.
moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion will stand passed without objection. I'm trying,
Thank you.
Pat, I'm trying. Clay.
Good morning. Clay Irvin, Growth and Resource Management Director. This is item 6 on your agenda. This is pertaining to a staff-initiated code amendment to bring our zoning standards in compliance with Florida Statutes 333. It was reviewed by the PLDRC.
Just one minute. This is a public hearing, and the public hearing is now open.
This was reviewed by the PLDRC at its April meeting. They unanimously recommended approval. You reviewed this at your last meeting and also recommended approval of it. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Any questions of Mr. Irvin? Is there a motion and a second?
So moved, Wheeler.
Yep. Ordinance 2017-06, amending the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 72, Article 2, zoning to establish airport protection and land use compatibility overlay zone regulations.
Do we have any public participation on this?
Have none.
Okay.
And need a motion. Ms. Wheeler, you made the motion. Is second?
I'll second that.
Mr. Lowry is second. Any conversation, any discussion? None? Any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion stands without objection. Item 7, Mr. Irvin.
Thank you, sir. This is a public hearing regarding amendment to Article 1, Chapter 72, Section 72-2 of the Land Development Code, specifically the definition section. We realized that we did not have a definition pertaining to renewable energy in regards to public utilities and structures, so we've amended that definition to include that term. Again, this was presented in front of the PLDRC. The PLDRC had no comments on it and recommended unanimously for approval. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer those.
This is a public hearing. The public hearing is open. I have no public participation cards to be filled out. Any questions? Is there a motion and a second?
Motion to approve ordinance 2017-07, amending the definition section of Article 1, Chapter 72 for public utility and public utility uses and structures.
Motion made by Ms. Wheeler, seconded by Dr. Lowry. Right. Oh, Mr. Patterson, sorry. Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Any objection to the motion? The motion passes without objection. You're back up. You could just stand there. This is the public hearing was closed on the previous. The public hearing is now open on item 8.
Thank you very much. Clay Irvin, Growth and Resource Management Director. This is a county-initiated rezoning that pertains to properties more than 10 acres, so there will be 2 hearings on this. This is the first hearing. Before you is a request from staff to rezone 1,192 acres of property that currently has zoning of forestry resource A1 and resource corridor to P, public utilities, and resource corridor. We were contacted by the current owner, which is Florida Power and Light, to locate this for a renewable energy, just for lack of better terms, solar farm on the property. In front of you is on page, from our staff report, is the aerial that shows the location of the property. This, as I said, it's 1,192 acres. This is on page 8-16 of your agenda report. As you can see, it's being currently used for a sod farm. Those who drive out of there on State Road 44, you'll know this is Kirkland Sod. The current land use, John, if you could go ahead, shows the different agricultural resources, environmental systems corridor, and forestry resource land use. The land uses are reflective of the current uses and are consistent with the proposed rezoning to P. If you could please show the zoning map, please. So what we're looking at is that the areas in the boxes reflect where we're going to be changing from the A1 and forestry resource to P. We presented this to the Planning and Land Development Review Committee. They recommended approval of the proposed rezoning. We did not have any public comment at that time other than Mr. Butts, who attended and was asking for clarification on that. Since then, we have received a series of emails from an adjacent property owner, Mr. Make sure I get his name correct, Aaron Buell. We do have concerns identified by Mr. Buell in regards to the potential impact of utilizing this property for a solar farm. His concerns pertain to, first and foremost, potential radiation and electromagnetic fields that may be generated by the power generated by the solar panels. The other issue is as identified in his email yesterday, was pertaining to potential impacts to the valuation of his property. Staff contacted representatives from FPL and as well as researched other issues on the internet, as well as trying to find out, first and foremost, is there a genuine threat immediately facing this property in regards to that? Based on our research, again, because it is a solar farm, the amount of electromagnetic transmissions from it are not significant, except at where they have the transformer where they change it from one form of electricity to another, basically DC to AC type of current. Representatives from FP&L are here to address any of those concerns as well. We wanted to make sure we had accuracy as far as where Mr. Buell's property was at. Again, because we do not want to have a situation where this rezoning would have a potential impact on an adjoining property owner. What you see is that there's actually about a 150-foot hiatus between the FPL property line and Mr. Buell's southern property line. We're not certain of the ownership of that property. We're going to have that further researched. Again, in regards to the actual development that may occur on this area, I'll allow FP&L to clarify what their plans are in regards to buffering, setbacks, and those types of things to ensure that there's no negative impacts on Mr. Buell's property. As I said, staff has reviewed this. We've gone through it. It is consistent with our comprehensive plan. The Planning and Land Development Review Committee has reviewed this. They've recommended approval. We want to make sure that everyone was aware of the concerns by Mr. Buell. And if there's any questions for staff, we'll be glad to answer them.
Ms. Dennis?
No, we still have public input on this, correct?
Right, I was waiting.
No.
Okay.
All right.
We do have, Mr. Buell would like to speak, if you'll come forward.
Good morning. Thank you for letting me speak.
State your name and address, please.
Aaron Buell, 389 Ranchette Road, New Summer Beach. I moved up here, well, I bought the property about 12 years ago for my daughter to go to a better school system, basically. I don't know where to start. I just found out about, this meeting 2 days ago. I didn't know anything about the March meeting because I don't subscribe to the Journal, so I had no idea to go on. And the only way I found out about this was 3 weeks ago. FP&L sent me a letter, and I went to a meeting last week and found out that the property was going to be right at that blue line. So basically, the solar panels are going to be right at my property line. As far as FP&L has told me, there's a 150-foot radius of radiation, basically, that comes out, which is going to encompass my horses, my chickens, which I use for eggs, my pond. I have, if you look down that blue line there to my pond, and all that whole red line there is basically drainage canal. And when I bought the property, I was told that goes to Lake Ashby. I don't know. As far as chemicals goes, I don't know how they're going to tear up. You have to excuse me for being nervous. If you guys agree this, you just wiped out 49 years of my life and my daughter's future. So it's kind of nerve-wracking for me. But anyway, if I have a lot more questions than I can ask in 3 minutes. I need a lot of answers. I could sit up here for 3 hours. Basically, studies have shown that radiation from solar electrical systems have long-term health effects on healthy people and may cause ADHD in small children, school-age children, I guess. The wires connected to the inverters, which he's talking about, act as antennas, and they radiate also farther. I know FP&L will tell you that, it's 100, 150 feet, something like that, but they're the ones selling you the system also. I don't know what chemicals they're using to wash down the solar panels. I don't know how they're maintaining the grass underneath it, where those chemical runoffs are going to go. The solar panels have come detached in the past during hurricanes. I don't know if that's going to affect my property, if any of them hit my property, my house, my horses, anything like that. Like I said, there's just so many questions I have to ask it. You can't do it in 3 minutes. Basically all the facts and science and the technical mumbo jumbo doesn't really matter one iota. This is about perceptions. If someone thinks or is uncertain that a solar plant is dangerous, then that's all that really matters. Nobody's going to buy my house. We just totally wiped the property value out, totally. And I can't do anything about that until 2019 because it doesn't start until next year, and then I can get with the property appraiser and we can adjust this down. So it's kind of, a little nerve-wracking for me. And like I say, 17 seconds left. That's, all I can leave you with is that it totally wipes me out. And unfortunately, the health care, well-being of my daughter in the future is, dependence is what else is coming with it, unfortunately. I saw the solar panels and they're right on my solar line. I haven't seen any, they're right on my property line when they showed me that last.
Well, let's see how this works through, and you did a very good job in your email, which we have a copy of, so you laid it out pretty well for us, and let's see what the other information. Thank you. Glenn Storch.
For the record, my name's Glenn Storch, and, first of all, I have to say, this is not.
May we have your address?
May, 420 South Nova Road, Daytona Beach, Florida. I got to start with a couple things. This is really exciting. This is exciting news.
You're on the clock.
I am. All right. So then let me do this. We're looking at the fact of supplying 15,000 homes with energy without any coal, without any oil, without millions of gallons, without all the trucks, without all the impacts, without the chemicals or anything else. That's impressive. We have to have electricity. We're entitled to this use, to be honest with you, as a permitted use under a special exception. This is doing it the right way by working with the county and solving the problem. I do have to answer Mr. Buell's comments. I think that's important.
Absolutely.
First of all, I want to explain that this is going to actually have less impact on the environment than even what's there right now. Right now it's a sod field, all right? A sod field uses pesticides, herbicides, a number of other things. In fact, if you'll notice, there's a sign next to Mr. Buell's property that indicates this is an industrial agricultural area. This will take away that. We won't be using that. We won't be using the pesticide in these areas. We don't have any chemicals that we use to wash this with. It's a simple matter. We hammer these things in. We don't impact the topography whatsoever. At the same time, I should point out that we are probably hundreds of feet away with any inverter that would be required in this particular case for Mr. Buell's property. And I brought our environmental engineer, Jeff West, to tell you this as well. That's all right.
Hi. Good morning, Chairman and council members, and thank you for your time today. My name is Jeff West. I reside at 660 Sundown Circle in St. Augustine, Florida. I don't consider myself an expert in electric and magnetic field, but I do say our company, Florida Power and Light, takes safety very seriously, and I think our track record reflects that commitment to safety with both our employees and the public. When we look at designing, which is why when we design these projects, we make sure that we look at providing adequate setbacks required to make sure that at our property line, electric and magnetic field values at all spectrums are at background levels. So what that means is ambient levels from the Earth's magnetic field, from appliances that you would use in your home, pumps, for pools, or what you would experience just from your cell phone. So, and there's also a study that was published in 2015 in the Journal of Occupational and Environmental Hygiene that looked at 2 operational solar farms out west, commercial solar farms. And they looked at the same thing, and they monitored electric magnetic field values across different spectrums at the property line. They found that they complied with all the background levels. So we take it very seriously when we're building our power stations, from our large power generation stations to our transmission lines. And Florida is actually one of 6 states that actually has standards for electric and magnetic fields. So we have to comply with those when we build our transmission substations and our transmission lines. So we do take that into account when we're designing our facilities, and we want to make sure that at the property line we're meeting background levels. EMF actually dissipates very rapidly, attenuates exponentially with distance. So I'm not sure, we did talk to Mr. Buell at the open house on May 11th. Three people talked to him. We tried to discuss, the property. I'm not sure where he saw the solar panels, because at the time we didn't have a layout showing him where the panels were located next to his property. Like Mr. Irvin said, there is a 150-foot strip of property we don't have solar panels on. So our fence line, that's not our property. Our fence line comes up to the ditch that you see on the south end where that red line is. And then there's Mr. Buell's property line. So there's 150 feet there. Not to mention our closest inverter is going to be 237 feet from our property line. So then we also have setbacks from our panels to our property line, as well as to our fence. So there's adequate buffers to attenuate for electric and magnetic fields. I saw the letters that Mr. Buell wrote. I was admittedly surprised, since we did talk to him. When I saw that he had misstated some of the things we discussed, I reached out to him again twice and called him by phone and left 2 separate voicemail messages offering to come out to his place, walk our property, talk about the project, understand his concerns, and more importantly, just show him where our property line was, because I think there was confusion that we were coming right up against his property line. That's not the case. In terms of property values, we have not seen any studies that suggest solar facilities negatively impact property values. There's nothing peer-reviewed that shows that. Anecdotally, we're finding quite the opposite. If you look at the Babcock Ranch community in Charlotte County, our 74.5 megawatt facility that would be similar to this one is already in operations, and it is the centerpiece for that community. If you go into Kitson Partners Development website, the solar project it's the centerpiece, and they're touting the benefits of the solar farm and how it's contributing to their community in terms of providing clean, renewable power. And my colleagues and I, we're getting calls on a regular basis from developers in the areas that are looking to add solar to their developments in their communities. And so as they go through the zoning process, they're actually adding it to the planning and processing and planning ahead for solar facilities at their communities. So with that, I'm going to extend the offer again to meet with Mr. Buell. I'd like to do that now and meet with him on site, show him our plans, our designs, and talk to him about the project as well as any concerns he has with electric and magnetic fields. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Denny's, you have a question of the applicant.
Yeah, just a question. Can you tell me again what that sign said, Mr. Storch, you alluded to, that was on the property by Mr. Buell's property?
Yeah, typically when you have an agricultural use like a sod farm, you have something called industrial agriculture, because what you have is you have notice to the adjoining property owners that there will be pesticides in use, that there'll be herbicides in use, that there'll be the other things, that the equipment, all those things that will be in use. In our case, when you put those panels in, they're only 6 foot high, first of all. Nothing happens to them. And that's it. I mean, you hammer them into the ground, and that's it. There will be no pesticides in the future. There'll be, occasionally some spot Roundup, but most of the time it'll be just lawn mowers, and that's it. So you won't have any impacts to the adjoining properties. Typically, what that does is increase values, because all of a sudden people can see they have no impacts to their adjoining properties. They love it.
Just another question. You said that it's a current permitted use. How can that be?
Well, because under ag, forest resource, and in fact ER, power plants, power facilities are a permitted special exception. They're permitted under a special exception. So typically under a special exception, if you meet the conditions of the special exception, you're entitled to them.
Okay, and the other thing that
Although I should point out, in this particular case, the county felt so strongly this was so important to the community that they wanted to do this as administrative.
Well, that's, I guess, my question. If it's a permitted use, what the heck are we doing here?
Well, you have to do it as a special. You have to do a special exception, or you have to do change it to power.
Right. The only other thing that I want to clarify too, because reading Mr. Buell's email, it appears that you will be within 50 feet. You will be encroaching with the radiation field.
Absolutely not. In fact, go ahead and tell them the numbers.
Yeah, so
107 feet.
So our closest inverter box, these inverter boxes are large cabinet boxes enclosed in metal, probably about a little bit bigger than this table. So they take the power, they convert it from direct current to alternating current, and then we have a transformer associated with that box that sets it up to our distribution level voltage, similar to your distribution that might drop into your house or your neighborhood. So those inverter boxes, we have approximately 40 for the solar facility spread out. They're in the interior of the panels. So our closest one is set back from our property line by 237 feet. That's nearly 500 feet from his closest point where his horse pond is that he discussed, and 700 feet from his house.
Okay.
We weren't really finished with the public participation, but
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, they were presenting, but, okay, thank you. I just wanted that clarified. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Is there more public
Yes,
participation? Okay.
Mike Stokes. Mike? Sorry, had to make you wait there a few minutes.
You're all right, buddy. My name's Mike Stokes. I live at 4294 Fallen Leaf Drive, New Smyrna Beach. I've spoken to 2 engineers with FP&L and very positive outcome. I mean, they're willing to work with us. Our property is completely surrounded on all 3 sides by the solar field. And we were not notified neither. The reason we were not notified, from what Mr. Ashley told me, was it was over 1,000 acres, and by state law, they do not have to notify adjoining property owners, and the county was the applicant, not FP&L. Throwed up a red flag at me, scared me. 1992, it happened to me on my personal property. I was 24 years old. My zoning went from A1 to A2. I did not find out about that until after I bought a new mobile home and found out I couldn't put it on my own property. So we don't sit around and read public notices in the newspaper. We found out about this on April the 20th. That's when I started getting on the horn with people trying to find, what's going on. Those are red flags. When it is you can get a special exception under A1 zoning for the same thing that we're going after, as far as I know. I think Glenn just said that. If you go with a special exception, it comes with specific conditions. And they would have to follow all the specific conditions set forth with the special exception. When we put them in the P zoning, there's no safeguards in place to protect other property owners around, saying that they cannot do anything within what is allowed in the P zoning, which is prisons, where, manufacturing, towers. I mean, they can do anything they want now within the P zoning. We're only utilizing 600 to 800 acres of a 1,200 acre site. So what are we saving the rest for? You following what I'm saying? So that's where the red flags are coming up. My issue is the way the zoning happened. We did not know anything about it. There was a board member on the PLDRC that they stated they were surprised that there was no more public participation. It's because we didn't know about it. As for FP&L, I'm all for what they're doing. I love it. I'd rather have them than houses as neighbors, But safeguards need to be put in place. What are we going to do with the rest of the property that is not solar fields? When it's in a P zoning and it does not require any type of public hearing, anything else. Where if we'd went with a special exception, they would have had to stick to the stipulations that was agreed upon. And I got 4 seconds left, so I might as well say thank y'all now.
Okay. But I think if they came back with the additional uses for the other property, they would have to come back to the council for whatever they were to create. If they were going to build something, skyscrapers or whatever, anything else additional to be built would have to come back through the county council.
I was told differently.
Well, I'll ask the county attorney to answer that.
Yeah.
I think you have to get a building permit, Clay. The person who knows this better than me.
Just to clarify, again, Clay Irvin, Growth Resource Management. When we were first contacted by FP&L, we met with them and we realized that the special exception is there. But please, I want you to remember something what Glenn said and what we are going to see is that when you have a special exception, you meet the criteria, it's basically a presumption that you can go ahead and do this. We wanted to make sure that the public was well informed. And even though there may be a requirement to contact adjacent property owners for the special exceptions, one of the things that FP&L volunteered to do with us, because we wanted to take it through the more exhaustive rezoning process, because there are 2 public hearings here instead of just 1. There's also the PLDRC. We asked, and FPL agreed, to have a series of open houses, so that way they could contact the property owners. So they went above and beyond what is required from the notification requirements. And in regards to the uses, we also acknowledged that was a concern. When we were going through this, we wanted to be very honest with you, take FPL through the more stringent standards of the rezoning. And so therefore, when we were looking at the permitted uses, we were getting some concerns. And so if you look on page 811 of your agenda packet, that is where you will see the P, public use classification. It's taken right from our land development code and our zoning ordinance. And that's where you'll see these are specific uses that FP&L will place a covenant and restriction on the property to prevent those from being occurring on the property. So the concerns that he brought up in regards to permitted uses are valid. And so what we've done is we've asked through the private property owner to put additional restrictions on it so that these uses would not have to be, could not be used on the property. Anything that's a special exception would still have to go through the special exception process. So those things such as manufacturing, reuse, we've asked them to eliminate rock crushers and those things. So what you're seeing is we did acknowledge the fact that there was a potential to this. We made sure that there was provisions put in place to stop those uses which could have negative impacts. And our overall goal was to actually take them through a much more stringent process of the rezoning rather than the special exception. Because a rezoning is not a guarantee, whereas a special exception, you meet that criteria, it's an automatic. So that's why we were actually trying to be much more stringent in this process than through the special exception process.
But if they were to want to use that additional 600 acres for something, would they not have to go back through a process from the county, or they just go build what they want?
Oh, yes, they would have to go through site planning. They would have to, first of all, they have to verify if the use is allowed. Once the use is allowed, they would have to meet the setback requirements or design requirements we have.
That was the answer I was wanting you to say. I knew that, but have to be, you can't just go start building just because you own property. So, okay. Understand that, but you would have knowledge of it, and they would have to go through the public process. Thank you.
And Mr. Storch wanted me to make sure to let everybody know that FPL agreed and acquiesced to our request to go through the additional standards.
Right.
I do agree with that, Pete. I just want to let y'all know that. They are working with
Thank you, Mr. Stokes. Dr. Lowry.
Oh, is that done with the public then?
That.
Yeah. I have a little bit of science background, and I know that any moving current sets up an electromagnetic field, the wires in your house. And there's a, as he mentioned, exponential drop-off. The further you get away, it drops drastically. And those positions of the inverters are going to be well outside of any influence on anyone's property around there. In fact, if you used a hairdryer and talked on the cell phone at the same time, you'd be exposed to way more electromagnetic effect than you would from anything like this. So,
It's what you do every morning. Talk on your cell phone, even if you're using.
Yeah. Boy, I'm going to tell my wife about this when I get home.
Look what
I'll
it did.
crunch the numbers for y'all next time.
Look what it did to our hair.
If I know the wattage of the hairdryer, I can tell you. But anyway, with that, I'd like to move that we accept the rezoning of KZ 17024.
This is setting the second public hearing. Ms. Clerk, could you give me a time, please, for June 1, 2017?
Yes, ma'am. 10:30 a.m., June 1st.
Okay. That would be included in my motion, that date as well.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. And the public participation had been concluded. Motions made by Dr. Lowry, seconded by Ms. Denise, I think. Is there any further discussion by the council? Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have some reservations about this, simply because I think that we have to make sure that we have, I believe in property rights. I also believe that you have a right to do what is within the scope of your land. However, as long as it does not infringe upon the health and safety of your neighbors. And so there has been no person here who was an expert to assure me that this can safely be done without infringing upon the rights of the neighbor. And so with that, not having that assurance, I cannot support this, because I don't feel that I'm doing what is best in the best interest of all of the folk that are concerned. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other comments? All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. Motion passes 5-1. Ms. Cusack, dissent. We will move on now. You're back. You keep popping up out there,
Yes,
Clay.
sir. Good morning, Clay Irvin. This is a public hearing regarding a rezoning. This is regarding property in Norman by the Sea. It has a split zoning between the R3 and R4 zoning. Staff has recommended approval, so has the PLDRC. It's a single-family lot. The whole goal is to make it under a unified zoning so they can utilize it and develop the property for a single-family home, consistent with the R4 zoning. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. There were no comments at the PLDRC and no objections raised at this point to staff. Thank you.
Ms. Wheeler.
I just want to make a clarification. This, I don't believe, is county, this is not District 3.
Correct.
This is
District 4.
4, yeah.
Pardon the error.
The previous ones, they're all off too.
Right.
Districts
And
are inaccurate.
I had no comments
I
from
just
public.
wondering why were they on there anyway? What difference does it make? What district is it?
That was a request of the county council. Every single agenda item having to do with rezoning, it showed whether it was within the eco map, whether it was within the Norma map, and which zoning district it was in. If you all would like to change that, we'd be more than happy to, but a previous council policy was a
I
requirement.
just think that if it's important that we all are aware of the fact, if you know the maps in which we are dealing with, I personally don't think that it has to be specifically say that's in District 2 when there are 3 people here that represent District 3. And so if you're going to do that, then you are excluding the other 2 people that also represent those districts. I just think it kind of eliminates, it's more than just District 2 rep. Thank you.
I think it was two.
I'm just
Sure.
saying.
Well, I think it was 2 points made there. 1, it was incorrectly identified. 2, should it be included or not, which we'll take up at another point. If the council would desire to have that not listed, we can certainly do that. Dr. Lowry, you're good?
I'm good.
Okay. Was there a motion made and a second? Is there a motion to approve Z-17-029 rezoning from urban single-family residential R3 and urban single-family residential R4 classifications to urban single-family R4 classification located at 107 Heron Dunes Drive, Ormond Beach, applicants, period. Is there a motion for that?
I move approval.
Motion is made by Dr. Lowry. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Denny's. Any further discussion? All in favor? Hearing without objection, motion passes. We'll move to item 10. And this is a public hearing, and the public hearing is now open. Mr. Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Clay Irvin, Growth and Resource Management Director. If the council doesn't mind, I would like to address both agenda items 10 and 11 because they're related. Item 10 is a future land use map amendment. If that is not approved, then you cannot go forward and approve item 11 at this point. What we are looking at is we had a request from Mr. Ford, who owns approximately 40 acres at Strawberry Lane in Samsula. It is within the Samsula local plan area. He is looking to amend it, first the land use, so that he can change his designation from agricultural resource to rural, and then a subsequent and related rezoning to change it from A1 to A2. The subject property, as I said, is located at Strawberry Lane and Samsula Drive in the Samsula local area. On your screen right there, you will see the.
Excuse me. Is this in the Samsula local plan?
Yes. It's in the local plan area, yes.
The plan area or the plan?
And within our comprehensive plan, we have the Samsula local plan.
Right.
And that designates an area. And yes, it is within the Samsula local plan area. John has a...
Please look up at the map, Mrs. Denny's.
That's the Samsula local plan area.
So it is subject to the Samsula local plan. That is the designated area, and it is subject to the Samsula local plan in the comprehensive plan. Okay?
Is that What you needed?
Yeah, that's all I needed.
Okay.
And included in your staff agenda packet are excerpts from the Samsula local plan as well as the comprehensive plan pertaining to both land use categories. And what we have here is a request from the private property owner to change the land use to allow for a minimum lot size of approximately 5 acres in size. This shows you the current area that's designated agricultural resource. This is on page 1036 of your agenda packet. This is, again, a relatively straightforward request. We did receive a series of comments at the Planning and Land Development Review Commission meeting, and we also have received subsequent emails from property owners in the area as well as concerned citizens who have objected to the proposed changes. We've also received a letter of support. Those have also been provided to you in regards to the proposed amendments. One of the concerns that we keep hearing is that the change will allow for the influx of suburban and urban type of uses, and that basically we're seeing this as a way of carrying over development such as Venetian Bay, which is to the east of this area. Want to clarify for the record is that the minimum lot size that would be allowed out of this is 5 acres, which is rural in nature, and the rural uses that are currently enjoyed out there in regards to farm animals, agricultural and rural uses will still continue to be there. John, if you could please put up the map that shows the lotage and the area. The question has been brought up is how is this consistent? 5 acre lots, are those rural? Are those consistent with the Samsula local plan? The Samsula local plan does not necessarily say that there's a minimum acreage requirement. What they do say is that we have to preserve and protect the rural lifestyle. And I want to kind of give everyone the insight from staff when we were looking at this request. The area that is highlighted in the blue crosshatching is Mr. Ford's property. What you're seeing adjacent to him are properties that range in size from 2 acres up to 4 acres to 10 acres. So along Samsula Drive, we have a variety of lot configurations that vary from 5, 10 to 4. So when Mr. Ford came in and asked for his request, we were looking to make sure we weren't going to be disruptive in regards to the land use pattern. And as you can see to the north of him, he has properties that are 4.3, 4.95, 4.45, and 5.06. So a continuation of that pattern along Samsula Drive is consistent. Across the street, Strawberry Lane, you have 4.76 acres. And then to the north of them, you have 10, 99, 20, 2.46. So as you can see, there's a variety of different land use sizes and patterns out there. His desire is to subdivide the property into 5 acre tracts and retain a 10 acre tract for himself. Regardless of what he wants to do for himself, we have to look at whether or not it's consistent with the local plan. Is it compatible in regards to lot size? Is it carrying on the land use pattern that you see out there? And is it overall consistent? Staff has reviewed all of these things. We believe that it is. That's why you see that we made a recommendation to the PLDRC feeling that it should be supported. The PLDRC did debate this issue, but they did make a recommendation for approval of the proposed comp plan amendment and associated rezoning. That in basic is what we have to present to you. I know that there are concerned citizens who are going to be speaking for and against it. I know Mr. Ford's here available for your question and comment. If there's anything for me, I'll be glad to answer it.
Thank you, Mr. Irvin. With that, we'll open public participation. And with that, our first speaker is Cindy Merrick, followed by Deborah Ulrich, and then Joe Benedict. State your name and your address, please.
Good morning. Cindy Merrick, 3653 Pioneer Trail, New Smyrna Beach. I'm within the Samsula plan area. I just wanted to address a couple of things that the gentleman said. One of them is if you reduce it to 5, somebody can come before you all and get it reduced to 2, to 1. There's no guarantees that it'll hold at 5. This is for one gentleman to be able to sell his land and pay off his mortgages, which that's great. Also, the gentleman said the biggest area there was 10. I happen to personally know that like 20 yards down the road, there's a 15-acre plot. I don't know the numbers of all the other ones in the area. I haven't studied that. The inconsistencies in lot size that people have out there, all that was put in kind of hodgepodge before we had the Samsula plan. The plan was enacted to try to keep this an agricultural community with Venetian Bay a stone's throw away. We can see what's coming, and we're just trying to hang on to agricultural communities. 5 acres, you can put horses, but you can't really maintain like a sod farm. It's not enough to be profitable. You certainly couldn't run cattle on that small of an area as a profit. I just feel that by reducing it from 10 acres to 5, you're starting down a very slippery slope. At the original discussion here, it was also mentioned that, well, nobody could afford 10 acres, but maybe they could afford 5. I'm very sympathetic to that, but if I'd like to live down at Mar-a-Lago, I'm sure they're not going to reduce the size or prices for that so that I'm able to go into there. So I think that argument is just illogical. But my biggest fear is the slippery slope theorem, that we just start going down and down and down, and pretty soon we're just a subdivision. Thank you very much. Did you have any questions I could answer?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Deborah.
Morning. My name is Deborah Olerich. I live at 3812 Strawberry Lane. I am at the very end of that road that we're discussing, the west end. It was about 1909 that Eugene C. Howe and George H. Currier purchased 35,000 acres of land west of New Smyrna Beach from the Bond Lumber Company. The 10-acre plats surveyed in the Howe and Currier allotment formed the basis for communities of Indian Springs, Alamana, and eventually Samsula. Their efforts to develop this area of Volusia County, again in 10-acre parcels, was the expectations of several hundred settlers in the 1909 fall to farm this area, of which, of course, it did happen. The preservation of a few samples of the undeveloped country is one of the most clamant issues before us today. Just a few more years of hesitation, and the only trace of our countryside which has exerted such fundamental influence in the molding of American character will lie in the musty pages of books. To avoid this catastrophic demands immediate action. Vote no to rezoning this property on Strawberry and Samsula. Do this in keeping with both Howe, Currier, in 1909, and our Samsula plan of 2005. Properties smaller prior to 2005 were grandfathered into the plan. And let me say again, they were grandfathered into the plan. When I moved to Samsula, I felt as if I could finally exhale a little bit of breath that I've been unconsciously holding in my lungs. Time is not so relentless when it is possible to watch the sun make an uninhibited arc across the day, when the stars take up more night space than the darkness, and when a footprint lives for days in the moist soil bed. I have lived in Sound Strawberry for approximately 20 years, and in the area longer than that. There is a delight in the hardy life of the open. There are no words that can tell the hidden spirit of the country than can reveal its mystery and its charm. The county behaves well if it treats its natural resources as assets which it must turn over to the next generation. Excuse me, I'm a little nervous. Increased and impaired in value. Conservation means protection as much as it does development. And it's for this reason that the Samsula residents painstakingly worked with the county on the Samsula local plan back in 2005 to protect what we have and to keep out those who want to profit on our countryside. 10 acres was agreed on then. 10 acres should be honored now to keep in with the charm, as did Howe and Currier. There is just one hope in repulsing the tyrannical ambition of civilization to conquer every niche of the whole earth. The hope is the organization of spirited people who will fight for the freedom of the countryside and wilderness.
Thank you, Deborah.
Thank you.
You have 10 acres, I think, is that correct?
No, I have 15.
You have 15, okay, thank you. Joe Benedict.
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, I'm Joe Benedict. I live at 695 North Airport Road. I do not reside in the Sam Sewell Plan area. First off, I'd like to thank you for removing my photograph from the wall of shame. I couldn't find it. In fact, I couldn't find Mr. Strickland's either.
There are reasons for that.
Oh,
Sorry.
You didn't want me to see it?
I'll share with that later.
I retired from business in 2005, and I retired from public service in 2015. There's only 3 reasons that I come out anymore. It's for myself and family, for a friend, or for a relative. So I'm here for a relative today. Mr. Ford is the son of a cousin, so I guess you'd call him a second cousin. So I want that up front. I didn't have anything to do with the development of the Sam Sewell Plan because they put me on the other side of the street. So all my brothers that live on the west side of Airport Road are in the Sam Sewell Plan. I'm on the east side, so I'm not there. But I think it was a good plan, and I think that it does protect the rural nature of Sam Sewell. But you know, we have so many areas out there, and as it was pointed out by the planning director, or I guess the planning director, whatever Clay's title is. But you know, you have this mishmash of small lots out there, and I think this is, you know, if Mr. Ford is granted this land use and the ultimate rezoning, it's going to further protect that area to 5-acre lots, and you know, I think it's a good thing for the area. And like I said, I don't have a dog in the hunt, but I'm here for Mr. Ford, and I think that he deserves to have this use granted. Any questions?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Now that will conclude the public participation. The public close the public hearing. Council. This is the transmittal hearing on ordinance 2017-05, large-scale future land use amendment from agricultural resource designation to rural designation on 39.36 acres located on Strawberry Lane, New Smyrna Beach. Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the participation of our neighbors here today. And let me just say that I believe in the rights of property owners. And I think that what we have here before us is not going to compromise anyone else's property. And if a person owns this property and 5 acres is within the plan, I would, Mr. Chair, be in support of the motion to approve. Having said that, that is the rationale in which I'm using to make that motion, and I so move for that motion.
Second by Mr. Patterson. Is there any further discussion by council? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. The motion carries unanimously. We'll move to item 11.
Good afternoon. This is the rezoning that would implement the proposed land use map amendment that you just approved. Again, this would be based on the comp plan amendment going through the DEO, Florida Department of Economic Opportunity, for their review and going through the process for VGMC and then coming back and getting finally approved because it exceeds 10 acres. It is a large-scale land use map amendment. So the zoning is all going to be conditioned upon final approval of those.
This is a public hearing. I have two people who have filled out wishing to speak. Mr. Benedict, do you want to yield your speaking? Thank you. Ms. Ulrich? I think she left the building. Well, that will close the public participation and close the public hearing, and the council, this is to rezone the 39.36 acres from prime agricultural classification to rural A2 located at Strawberry Lane, New Smyrna Beach. Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, I move approval of the rezoning of 39.36 acres from prime agricultural A1 classification to rural agricultural A2 classification.
Is there a second? Second by Ms. Cusack. Any discussion by council? All in, pardon? Oh, just, sorry, I thought you. Ms. Denny's.
Okay, thank you. I think, just noted for the record to council, I had emails sent to you that you were not included in some of the emails regarding this issue that I received from residents actually on Strawberry Lane and those in the immediate area supporting this initiative. So I just want to go on the record with that there was a lot of emails that came through, and I wanted to make sure you saw those too, supporting this. So, and those were from residents that are not here, but actually are neighbors and live in that area. Thank you. That's all, Mr. Chair.
I saw those 4 or 6, and I had 2 additional that I didn't pass on. So that, all in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. The motion carries unanimously. I'll ask council at this time, would you care to, at this point, take a break for lunch and come back, or take a break, or?
Mr. Chair, I move for a 1-hour recess.
There's a move for a 1-hour recess. Well, that's kind of what I was
Mr.
asked.
Patterson.
I was asked to ask.
I just made a motion and it can be seconded and voted down. I got it out there, you know. I just think that I see a couple of issues here that probably going to take some time to talk about. That's why I ate at 6 o'clock this morning and I'm hungry.
Mm-hmm. I've got some banana bread back there and a half of a peanut butter.
I'll
and
second
honey.
the motion, Mr. Patterson.
Motion made and seconded.
Second.
All in favor of a 1-hour recess, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, like sign. Be a 1-hour recess. We'll get back here at 1:15. Council is back. We will resume the reconvene from the recess, and we'll move directly into item 12. Clay Irvin.
Good afternoon, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth Resource Management.
This is a public hearing. The public hearing is now open.
Thank you, sir. This is a request from Mr. Sean Black to rezone a 1.8 acre parcel located on Mitchell Lane from rural residential in A2 to PUD. The subject property is located in an unincorporated area just east of Port Orange, north of Taylor Road. Mr. Black acquired the property and has established a business out there. He was initially issued a business tax receipt for a home occupation, which would limit it only to office use. We received several complaints in regards to business operations proceeding out on the subject property. As you can see in the area where it's located, it is a rural area. Property does have a split zoning, which is consistent with the land use, but it does create a situation where you have RR for a portion of the property and A2 for the other portion of the property. Code enforcement staff investigated the complaints and proceeded with actions to bring it into compliance. At the request of Mr. Black, he has requested that we proceed with the PUD to try and address the concerns of establishing a business in a residential or agricultural zoning district, and to allow him to continue to use his property for the contractor's yard that he has operating out there. On page 12-21 of your agenda packet, we kind of show you some before and after photos. On January 5th, 2015 is the top photo, is before the business was established out there. And then on October 20th, 2016 shows what has occurred out there since Mr. Black has started utilizing the property for his business. This is the concern that has been identified by staff. In order to allow for something like a commercial activity to occur in a rural area, we have certain criteria in regards to impacts on adjoining property owners, consistency to ensure that the protection of their uses are maintained. As you can see, there's a 900 square foot metal building which is being utilized for warehousing storage, and they are also doing repairs in that building. You can see trucks, trailers, and other service equipment stored between that building and the home. The other complaint, which is not related to the PUD, pertains to use of ATVs, dirt track type things running around the property. Mr. Black has come in. He's prepared a PUD application consistent with our land development code to try and address some of these issues by providing buffers and limiting how his operation will go. Staff has reviewed that and feel that it's not consistent with the overall criteria for approval of the PUD. We made that recommendation to the PLDRC. There was a public hearing. The PLDRC, after hearing comments from property owners as well as Mr. Black and his agent, Ms. Miles, recommended denial as well. I know that Mr. Black's agent, Ms. Miles, is here. Mr. Black could not make it to today's hearing, so he is not available today. There's also public here that I know would like to speak. I will be glad to answer any questions that the council may have.
Good afternoon, Colleen Miles, Land Development Resource Group, 140 South Beach Street, Daytona Beach, Florida, 32114. The first thing Mr. Black wanted me to do is severely apologize. He had all intentions of being here. He had a family emergency, and he was looking forward to being before you today. The code enforcement action that is currently active and has been active on the property is relative to that big building. I'm hearing me very loud. Talk louder. The 900 square foot building was on site when Mr. Black bought the property. Code enforcement came out and let him know that that building had never been permitted. The county did issue some electrical permits on it, but that's not really relative to it. He's been trying to bring into compliance the only code enforcement action against a property to date relative to that building, but he can't get a permit because of split zoning. So then he started discussing with me much later after the neighbors got involved, bringing it into compliance by doing a rezoning to MPUD. So we did provide, and I don't know if you've seen the staff report and the site plan that should be attached showing that we provided all the buffers, sorry about that, gated entry, stormwater retention, paved parking, handicap accessibility, to limit the impact on the adjacent neighborhood. But there are multiple businesses being run in the area. I can answer any questions you may have.
Excuse me. You're saying that the building was there when he bought?
Yes, ma'am. That building was already erected on the property when he bought that property. It did not have power to it. He did pull building permits with Volusia County to secure a pole and power to that structure, which he did get. And then he found out, oh, the building had not been, sufficiently permitted. So he secured an engineer who sits on your PLDRC to satisfy that provision, and we can't get a permit because it's split zoning. So then we came in for the rezoning, and then the history is before you.
Okay, but I'm looking at this picture, and am I looking at the wrong thing? The one for 2015, when did he purchase it? I don't see a building on there.
He purchased it, I think, in April of 2015.
Okay,
I
so
think it
this was
April, but I don't
January?
have the county's record in front of me, I'm sorry. I don't think he owned it then.
Are there the other businesses, so to speak, that are in that area, Clay? What kind of businesses are
According to our
they, and how did they get there?
I apologize for, according to our records, the only person who's authorized to carry out a business out there is Mr. Klink, who got a special exception in 1983 to carry out basically tree removal from other parcels. He can bring those back onto his property and either make them into mulch or prepare them for firewood and sell it. It's basically agricultural products produced off-site for sale. That's the only legitimate business that we're aware of that's allowed to operate out there. We've not received any other complaints about any other businesses operating out there at this point.
And this is the dirt road.
Portions of it are. I mean, getting back to Mitchell Lane, you do have to go out on State Road 15 and then get back in there, and it's a series of dirt roads as well. Or not dirt road. No, I'm sorry. No dirt roads. I'm sorry. I apologize.
I just got a question. Okay. You said that you had an official from the PLDRC helped you?
No. Just to be clear, Pete Zahn sits on the PLDRC and recused himself from the vote simply because he was involved in the satisfying of the engineering for the building, trying to get it permitted. But he recused himself from the vote.
Clay?
Mr. Zahn is a member of our Code Enforcement Board. So when this item went to the Code Enforcement Board, Mr. Zahn had to recuse at that point. He is not on the PLDRC.
Okay,
Thank you.
and I know we have other comments from
Yes.
members of the public, but just one other question. He purchased a property, if the building was there, the business did not exist.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
That's the point. Okay, thank you.
Blaine Sutton? Pardon? Okay. Angie? And you'll be followed by Mary Fiddler. Is Mary here? And then Tammy Dugan. And that's all I have. Okay, thank you.
Angie Percy, 2116 Mitchell Lane. I'm here to speak against this rezoning. When Mr. Black bought the property, he claims he was unaware that running a business from this property was not allowed. He immediately started working his business from the property with no regard whatsoever to the zoning rules, the neighborhood, or the people in the neighborhood. The 7-day-a-week traffic of vehicles, large dump trucks, trailers, heavy equipment on the very narrow dead-end road is too much for a quiet neighborhood like this to handle. The employees he has there daily would have no need to be in the neighborhood if they weren't coming to work. As you can see in the pictures, he dumps truckloads of debris from his business on the property, burns it, causing huge, heavy smoke and ash in the neighborhood, making it unbearable to even be outside, let alone inside your house. We can't even open our windows. The dust from the traffic now on the dirt lot that used to be grass makes dusting my house a daily chore. He has vehicles coming and going from the property at all times, and I mean all times of the day and night. They work on the equipment in the garage until very late in the evening, sometimes into early morning. The overwhelming smell of gasoline and fumes pushed onto my porch by the exhaust fan, which runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, hinder us from being outside. There are 9 homes on Mitchell Lane. 2 of them are running businesses. My fiance bought his property in 2011 with the desire to live and be close to his father, who lives at 2106 Mitchell Lane. We saved for years to be able to build our home. We had to follow every rule that you guys have out there. We had to pay $400 to get a letter of nonconformance to build our home on the front part of our lot, which is the ag portion of our property. Yet Mr. Black has done whatever Mr. Black wants to do on his property every day of the week. My question to y'all is, if you allow this to be rezoned, who is going to make sure that Mr. Black does what he is supposed to do? If you vote no against it, who is going to make sure that Mr. Black gets his business out and goes elsewhere? The future land use for this area is rural, and that's how we wish to keep it. Thank you.
Thank you. Angie? Oh, you were it. I thought I'd already filed you in this file. I had not. You did a good job.
Hi, I'm Mary
Mary
Fiddler, 2147 Tomoka Farms Road. However, we own 1899 Blake Drive.
Okay.
My husband and I have had that property. Well, my husband bought it when he was 18. He is now 78, and we live on Fiddler and Tomoka Farms Road now, which is a block away. My daughter resides in the house now. We have lived in that community. It has been a very quiet little community all the time since my daughter was 3 years old. I remember when it was all dirt road. I remember when the children used to ride their bikes up and down it. But this gentleman has trucks that are so big that you can't even get around his trucks when you're trying to drive down the road. You either have to pull off the road and let him by, or you have to back up so he can get in. They do not have any consideration for their neighbors. They do not care what they do on the road wise. They throw trash and stuff. And there was one example, one night we heard shooting. Now, I'm up on Fiddler Lane, Tomoka Farms Road, which is about a block and a half away. The bullets were whizzing by our head. They went through my neighbor's house, broke 2 windows in my neighbor's house. Come to find out, it was his workers that were having target practice. Okay, now the police were called, everything was paid for through them and all. But we don't need that kind of person in that little community, because all we are, we're farmers, we have animals, we've worked with 4-H. We all enjoy the privacy of having just a small community where we can enjoy each other. And that's what we're hoping you will help us do in this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Tammy?
Good afternoon. My name is Tammy Fiddler Dugan. I live at 1899 Blake Drive. I've lived in that home for 42 years of my 46. So this is a community that I am very involved with, or I want our community to stay the same. Mr. Black's employees, the sheer disregard that this gentleman has for our community is appalling. They come in with large trucks. They've already had to replace the telephone pole that is at the corner of Blake and Mitchell. My property comes directly off of Blake at the corner, and my driveway, actually I have to go past Mitchell Lane to get into my property, and numerous times I've almost been hit. My daughter, my husband, we've almost been hit by their trucks because they fail to utilize the stop sign that is at that corner. It's an ongoing problem. My fence has been hit on numerous occasions, to the point that FHP has also instructed us to put telephone poles in front of our fence for the people that are coming around that corner, because they're in excessive speed. I wish I would have taken the photos of the street where this gentleman's employees think it is funny to stop at the end of Mitchell Lane after they make the corner and fly out of Blake Drive, leaving tracks in the middle of the road. He actually had a car that he blew up on the side of the road and caused a small fire because he has no regard for anything that is going on in our neighborhood. We do have other business, the other business, he has straightened his mess out over the years, and he does have some smaller vehicles than Mr. Black has, but Mr. Black has the trucks the size of Ashland, okay? Try going past those. I hate to even have to drive on the road when I see them coming. I will sit in my driveway and wait for them to make the corner before I even try to get out the road, okay? We've already taken enough hits to our community with the Port Orange ball fields behind our house that we have to listen to these people from 7 o'clock in the morning till 11 o'clock at night with people screaming and yelling at ball games. We're a quiet community. That's why I live there. And that's what I intend to do. I am in the process of building a new home on my property, which is going to increase my property value, which is going to increase my taxes. And I'm not going to do it if this gentleman has the opportunity to ruin our neighborhood, because that's not going to be fair to me or any other member of or any other resident of that community. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. We will close the public hearing and council. Deb Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think what's telling is when you look at those pictures and when you read, for me, when you read the documentation here on page 8 of 50, staff does not find the scale of the existing tree service business to be compatible with the established low-density residential development pattern of the area. I think it's pretty clear there's been an established neighborhood out there, and this business was established without the zoning, without the permits, without due process, and now this is damage control on the applicant's behalf, but there's no way you can put a buffer in. I heard it presented that possibly you could buffer the business to the residential. Looking at where this, on page 12-21, looking at where that building is, there's no way that you're going to get a buffer in there large enough to, you've got trees on the one side, but there's no way you're going to do a buffer on the other side of that property. And it says in here that the 12-20 that the 900 square foot shed was erected on a pre-existing concrete pad that same year. So, Clay, did this owner do it, or was that, do you know that?
In regards to the slab, we don't know if it was done exactly with the erection of the 900 square foot structure, but as you can see in the aerial, there is something there prior to the shed being put on there. So,
but this owner put the shed up on the existing concrete.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
We have to get that confirmed because, again, there was no permits pulled, so we can't verify one way or the other.
And that's not really going to have a major impact on my motion. And I think another big issue here, other than the traffic, is the tree debris that is burned on site rather than taken into the county landfill. That again, is troublesome. And if, just reading through here and highlighting, then 12-25, again, staff does not find the scale, the low density, and 12-27 with 8 work vehicles, employees assembling on the premises and hauling and burning of tree debris in the property. The limits of a Class A home occupation have been far exceeded. That's a very strong, accurate statement. And then on 12-28, staff recommendation is that staff finds the requested rezoning to be inconsistent with a comprehensive plan and with the criteria for approval of a rezoning. Therefore, staff recommends that the PLDRC forward the rezoning. Anyway, with that, that's my comment, but I am going to make a motion for denial of the rezoning of the 1.8 acres from rural residential and rural agricultural classification to mixed PUD classification located at 2120 Mitchell Lane, Port Orange, case PUD-16-066.
I will second that.
Motion made by Ms. Denny, seconded by Ms. Wheeler. Had a lunch break. Slow.
Still Billy.
Any discussion, Ms. Cusack?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support the motion, and my rationale for that is the fact that this area was zoned prior to this gentleman moving there and to set a business up in it, knowing that it was not within the regulations of that area. So if he has invested and he has done all of this without the proper documentation and changing the zone, the residential from, it just can't work. He can't do that. You can't just invade upon the privacy of other people. And you knew that when you went to live there. So I support that motion because he's out of compliance and he knew that when he purchased the property. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think one of the things that was first mentioned was that he didn't know, and that's not acceptable. It's called doing your due diligence, and that was not a real good way for me to start off to hear the objection, and in addition to the violations that from code enforcement that had already been filed. So I agree with the motion, and with that, if there's no more other comments, all in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous. Thank you for your support and supporting yourselves by being here. I'll let them clear, and we will move to item 12A. And
Mr.
John,
Chair.
there you are. Or you're not?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'll open this one.
Okay.
What you have before you is a request from the city of South Daytona. They've worked with the TPO, and they are are eligible to receive grant funding through the XU Bicycle PED project program. It's building a 10-foot shared use path along Big Tree Road and from Jane Street to Nova Road. In this case here, it's about a total of about a $600,000 project. They're looking for some help. They were going to be contributing $50,000, I think, of services from their staff, and I know they have money into the design already, and they're asking for help with the match of $50,000. Mr. Yarborough, the city manager, is here if you need to ask any questions or speak to the request.
Mr. Yarborough.
For the record, Joe Yarborough, City of South Daytona. And I'd also like to recognize the mayor, Bill Hall from South Daytona. Let me back up and give you a little history. The sidewalk, of course, is a sidewalk that belongs to the Volusia County and has historically been maintained by Volusia County. And when I submitted this application at the request of the City Council a decade ago, I was not aware that the county had adopted a policy that said, hey, look, you instigate a project on a county sidewalk, it's yours to maintain. And I have spent a great deal of the last few months eating crow with my council, explaining to them why, if you want to pursue this, and if the county council's inclined, it's going to be our duty and responsibility to maintain it henceforth. The county manager and I have discussed the need to probably have some dialogue among all the cities on this policy, and it could just be, matter of fact, I don't ever remember us taking over a county project to know that, a sidewalk. And I understand it's from an interpretation that your county manager has. All that being said, we're looking at almost a mile of sidewalk. The city of South Daytona has paid $50,000 for the engineering of this sidewalk. It's ready to go to bid. I had assumed that the county, of course, would be wanting to participate since at least 400 foot of that sidewalk needs to be fixed now. You figure $60 a square foot, you're looking at $24,000 the county needs to spend on the sidewalk. We have a grant. I have to have 2 DOT signed tomorrow. The county council agreed to take over the maintenance, city council, excuse me, agreed to take over the maintenance at a special call meeting Tuesday morning at 9 a.m. unanimously, which wasn't an easy sell. And part of the reason is I think they realize that it's a partnership. We need to be in this together. It's our utilities under that roadway. Most of the time, it's the city that has to do the repairs because water lines ruptured, sewer lines stopped that. It's a wonderful project. It'll do a lot, I think, for a very heavily traveled sidewalk. If we turn down this money and give it back to the state, it's not like it can be redistributed. It has to be under contract by July. It would go back to the state of Florida, and they probably no way they can get another project ready to go. I'm before you today asking you if you would assist in, with the cost of the project, with the full understanding that the city of South Daytona will maintain it, the sidewalk in the future.
Thank you. As you know, staff is looking for direction from us. Mr. Deneen.
Joe, while Joe's here, probably the only issue that gave me heartburn, Joe and I talked about it, is if you approve this, that's fine. It's up to the council what they want to do. The project they want to do is a good project. I mean, we really were okay with the 5-foot sidewalk. They want to make it into something a lot more than that, and we've always been a big advocate of trails. So that's not the issue. And nobody would expect them to turn this kind of grant down. The only thing that happened, and it happened, I think it happened before I actually got here, we got to have one thing that I don't think works for the county, and that is, from now on, if we're going to be asked to put money into a project, and in this case, a project that we didn't initiate, and we could even live without if we had to, we need to be a partner and be brought in. We're not we didn't ask for it, we're not a signer onto the grant. And the problem I have is, if you say we'll do this, and it's a one-time thing, the policy should be that if we're going to be considered and ask for money, then we should be on the grant so that I can bring it to the council to make sure you want to put money into it. Because at this point, we're not even connected to this project. Joe admits that, and it's probably something that ought to change for the future. That's my only concern is, I don't want to set a precedent that people cannot tell us about projects, so to speak. I'm not saying he kept it from us, but they can sign up for projects, and all of a sudden we're going to pay their match, and we didn't even know or weren't party to the agreement. So that's it, and Joe agrees that it shouldn't have happened that way.
Ms. Wheeler.
Yeah, I would just like to, I would like to see this project move forward. I think it's a good project, and if we can just alert all of the cities of this very thing. From here on out, if you go to get into a project, bring us in at the beginning, not at the end. And with that, unless anybody has any other conversation, can I make a motion? I'd like to make a motion for approval of this agreement with the City of South Daytona for construction of a shared use path on the Big Tree Road. And hopefully we have more communication.
Is there a second? Second. Motion is made by Ms. Wheeler, second by Ms. Denny's. The only comment I have is that, to me, you're not a rookie.
I'm sorry?
You're not a rookie in the political realm.
No, sir.
And I don't understand why anyone involved in the political arena would have assumed that the county would become a partner in a project after the fact. And to me, that should be like a given that it should have known, and I think we need to establish going forward. If it's not, to me, it's understood that it would be that way. I'm willing to support this, but if we have to spell it out, Dan, in some kind of legal situation that we will not participate in projects unless we're involved in the front of it to start with as a partner, To me, I don't know why we wouldn't have already assumed that we would have been a partner or not. So, Dan?
Well, if it's the pleasure of the council, we can bring a resolution back to you at some other time. I'm sure Joe has this understanding at this point.
Okay.
The one thing I want to say, I want to disagree with my friend Joe and perhaps my friend Mr. Simpson. I don't know what he thinks about this, is that from our perspective, unless there's facts about this sidewalk, I don't know. I think it has been the maintenance responsibility of the city of South Daytona under the state law, but that is not really, so I don't want to acquiesce to the assumption that the rest of the sidewalk is the county's responsibility, but it's not an issue here since for this stretch because the city's agreed to undertake it. I just don't want to agree to the overall premise of the statement.
Okay.
But it's your decision to obviously to provide the $50,000, and we'll work with the manager to bring something back to you.
And the other thing, Mr. Chair, is this happened even before I was here, so I think that's why maybe it fell between the cracks.
Mr. Lowry.
Well, okay. I guess maybe I'm the oddball. I'm hesitant to support this because we kind of set a precedent here where, anybody can just kind of come and ask forgiveness rather than permission instead of getting with us at the beginning. And I'm just afraid that there'll be other similar incidences. But anyway, I'd like to hear if any other colleagues have opinions about
Ms.
it.
Guzak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support the motion, and my rationale is that we have made the statement that we want to be actively engaged prior to in the future.
Right.
This is, are we going to lose a project for a city within Volusia County based on the fact of for $50,000? I mean, so it's
No, I believe they do.
I think it's a no-brainer. If the state is paying for it, and you're talking about 100,000, even though you may have a 20% reserve.
We have 50,000 spent thinking the county was going to put up the difference and maintain it. So.
I just thought, I'm just saying.
Just saying.
I'm just saying. So I support it. My concern was the other side of a big tree, the other sidewalk in that area. There was some discussion about whether or not you would be maintaining
Yes,
it.
ma'am, if I may. The county manager and I agreed to limit for the grant funds and what we're tearing out and putting back in. But let me also remind you, Councilman Larry, if I may, traditionally the county has maintained it, like when a tree blew over in the hurricanes, you remove the tree because it is and always had been a county sidewalk, in due respect to your attorney. And you came in and removed the tree and replaced a section of the sidewalk from this last hurricane. And when sections have been out in the past, the county has been responsive in addressing and repairing those. We're telling you right now that the sidewalk needs to be fixed. There's at least 400 feet of it that needs to be repaired. That's $24,000 if you continued your pattern of maintaining the sidewalk. So the way I kind of look at it is you're getting rid of a sidewalk. The city is going to maintain it for $25,000. And of course, that's a floating sum. It may not come in that high, and your contribution would come down. We're just saying that, and it's essentially a percentage. All you're doing is paying for some of the inspection.
Okay.
And hindsight's always 20/20, and yes, sir, I've been doing this a long time. How that policy got by me, I don't know, but I'll
Just
guarantee it's ingrained now.
Dan, do you have something else to add?
Yes, sir. I do feel it necessary to since we're going to talk about that you're assuming that a city about the assumption of a duty, the city relieving of the county of its duty. The law is since 1995, well, prior to 1995, cities were responsible for sidewalks along county roads.
After that time, an interlocal agreement has to be entered into to transfer responsibility from one jurisdiction for another. Before 1995, it was done by FDOT classification. The Attorney General's opined, and that unless there is an agreement transferring the responsibility of the sidewalk from the county to the city, that the city retains responsibility. And so that's not the action here before you, but it is not so that this has been a county sidewalk, and the fact that the county may have assisted the city on prior occasions does not make it a county sidewalk.
Thank you. And George, unless you have anything to change the vote, I think I'm going to go ahead and do that. Like 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm good, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous. Thank you, Joe. And Joe, you know I was just kidding with you. As he's walking up.
Good afternoon, Clay
Welcome
Irvin,
back.
Growth and Resource Management Director. The item before you today, this is item 12B in the agenda. This serves two purposes. One, to provide some information and background. The second is to seek direction from the council. The first item pertains to the county's direction to proceed with development of two parcels that county owns on the east side of A1A in the city of Daytona Beach Shores. These properties were acquired for beach parking. We initiated the rezoning process with the city at their request. On May 5th, we submitted the site plan and resubmitted our rezoning application to address their concerns. Subsequent to that, we received a letter with an associated development order for denial of the site plans, indicating that the proposed site plans for the parking were inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. As such, we are following their code requirements and have appealed their denial of our site plans and will be proceeding forward. If there's anything that I may miss, I'm sure our county attorneys and deputy county attorney will address those issues. The next issue that we're asking direction on pertains to a proposed ordinance that the city of Daytona Beach Shores presented to their planning and zoning board. Myself and Jessica Winterwerp attended that and requested that the planning and zoning board continue the item so that way we could review it with you, so that we could provide them with a full level of evidence, since they were acting in a quasi-legislative action as the Planning and Zoning Board. The Planning and Zoning Board voted 3-1 to go ahead and go forward with the proposed ordinance. The ordinance limits where parking can be. It prohibits it on the east side of South Atlantic Avenue. It limits in regards to locations, in regards to beach access points and minimum distances from there. It also basically made several of our parcels that we currently use for off-beach parking as non-conforming, and as such, they would not be able to be expanded or reused. So we have some concerns in regards to the impact it has on real property that's already developed. At the Planning and Zoning Board meeting, Lonnie Groot, the city's attorney, also indicated that the proposed ordinance would impact the two properties that we had requested the rezoning and the site planning. So that would mean that the ability to utilize those two parcels for off-beach parking would be restricted based on the proposed ordinance. So we are asking you to provide us clarity as to whether or not you want us to proceed with objections because of the potential impacts that it may have on our property resulting from those changes.
Let's take them one at a time. Does anyone have any additional information you need? Or have we all read what you have, or do you need another presentation? If we take the first one, which is appealing to the Board of Adjustments and Appeals, as I understand it. And we need action for that or not for that.
Well, Mr. Chair, following the direction of the council, we regarding the number of spaces, we sought a site plan for the 2 parcels, and we have appealed for that. The council can tell us to do something different, but we thought we were within the scope of your prior direction, so.
Right, that is correct, I think. It was 5-2 vote, I do believe. So we have that, and they have denied and said that it is not in compliant with their.
Well, that was a staff level denial, and we filed the appeal yesterday, delivered it.
So we have appealed to the Board of Adjustments.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so there's no action required on that one then, unless we want to.
Unless you wish to give contrary direction.
Is there anyone who do we need to vote on that? I wouldn't think.
Mr. Eckert, when you say
Yes.
contrary, what are you talking?
Well, the council directed us to proceed with the development process, and we filed a site plan, and we received the staff denial, and we've appealed it to their Board of Adjustment and Appeals. We think we have direction to proceed with that level of review. If you wished to say no, you could do that, but we assumed we had, I felt from the prior direction that we had direction to proceed to that administrative level.
That's what I felt I voted for and agreed to, so.
So the staff has.
So do you need another motion for
Well,
something?
we didn't know that it had been denied at that time, I don't think, Mr. Patterson. I think once we got the denial, our only course then was to appeal to their Board of Adjustments and Appeals, and then go forward, and that's the action that they took. So that would take care of the first part of the 2 parts that we're dealing with on this, as I understand it. The next part is their proposed ordinance that they're to adopt, that we would discuss, and the next part, take them separately.
Well, okay, so which one am I on? Part
First one, part 1.
Which,
You don't want to change it, or you do want to change it again?
no, I do not want to.
Okay.
I want to continue to push
So
forward.
let's continue that one, and that one's okay, and let's go to the second part. And Ms. Wheeler, you were up, and then you came down, so I'll go.
No, I'm up. I've been there.
Okay.
Yeah, I just have a couple questions. I'm
Now,
trying to.
you're on the second one, though?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm on all of it, actually. No, I've got some clarification here. I was a city commissioner when this came through, so I was on the city side of this, and actually, quite honestly, I was really excited that we were going to have a park instead of a building. But I want to ask you something. When we purchased that, were we under the assumption that we could develop that? We were, correct? And if so, how did Rendon Park get there? I mean, were they before or after their comprehensive plan, or we've got Rendon Park, we've got the little park there at Van Avenue, and, so how did those happen, and now all of a sudden this one's.
I think you tapped onto the issue that we at staff level have, is that if you look at the pattern that's occurred along South Atlantic with regards to parking lots and parks along the east side of South Atlantic Avenue, we're having a little bit of difficulty reconciling what their comprehensive plan, land development code, and what their staff are saying that we have to do.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time understanding this also. So if, at the second situation that I have a problem with is for them to change this, right in the middle of us, we've already presented them the plans for the park, and now they're wanting to change the piece of property that we own, change the zoning on it. Am I exactly correct in that? And how, if we're under the assumption that we can develop it as we so wanted to do for a park for our entire county, and then all of a sudden they come through and they're trying to rush through that, no, we're not going to allow anymore. I mean, can that be done? I mean, isn't that kind of the situation that happened in Ponce Inlet?
Just to clarify, what they're doing is that they are not necessarily changing the zoning on our property. Actually, they're saying to us the rezoning to P may not be consistent with their comprehensive plan. What the proposed ordinance changes permitted uses and provides standards for standalone parking where they can be located and how they can be located. In regards to a good faith effort to make application, we submitted in June of 2016 based on their recommendation on how to proceed. So we did submit a rezoning application in June of 2016 to follow forward to rezone the property to P in order to get a parking lot established and a park established on those properties for beach access.
So wouldn't the process be to maybe have someone decide, okay, do we have the right before they, all of a sudden, a new ordinance is proposed saying that you've now purchased the property and now you can't, is that
I think
what
that's
we're,
why the county attorney has said, you're
is
trying
that what I'm understanding? Dan?
Mr. Chair,
Or is, Jamie, either one?
Well, we think it's allowed under the comprehensive plan as they, as it exists today. We think it's allowed under their zoning as it exists today. And they're trying to say the city has taken the view that it's not allowed by its comprehensive plan, that this use is not allowed by its comprehensive plan, that, and they're trying, their position is that they are causing their zoning ordinance to be brought into conformity with their comprehensive plan. And that any, their ordinance recites that any prior approvals by the city were improvident. In other words, I think what they mean by that is mistaken, but they can explain their own words.
Well,
Dan,
the action
getting-
we just took, that will tell whether it is or not. on filing.
That will tell under the existing comprehensive plan.
So again, I just want to know, how did Frank Rendon Park get there?
Frank Rendon Park is in the same land use that the two properties are that we purchased, and it is the same zoning of at least one of the properties that we have purchased. One of their other parks that we have constructed with them is in the other zoning that we have on the other piece of property. So I think that is, Dan said it exactly, in the text of their ordinance, they say we are making this change and it grandfathers in all the previous mistakes that we made. They use the term improvident. I think they're acknowledging that Rendon, Van, Larry Fennery Park, all have the same land use and zoning that we're dealing with now, but maybe they shouldn't have, I think is the position that the city is taking.
I think we're just at a point that we have to have somebody else go forward with this to weed this out, because I wish we could have resolved this with them as I tried to speak with them. I feel unfortunate about this. This is my city, but this is my county. And I would have liked to have seen the first part proposed before they brought forward this new ordinance. I think we have to move forward.
Mr. Patterson, oh, sorry.
I was just going to say, they have two public hearings scheduled, and I think the direction that staff is looking for from you all today is whether you authorize staff to appear before the city commission and present our objections to this ordinance and why we believe that the ordinance should not be adopted.
Absolutely.
That would be
Mr. Patterson?
Well, that's the motion I'll make. Is
A motion's been made by Mr. Patterson, second by Mr. Lowry, that we
is the
appear.
motion to appeal.
To
and-
appear.
To appear and propose our
In opposition of the proposed ordinance.
oppositions. I'll
Yes.
get my words out here.
That's the motion and seconded. Let's, I guess, discuss that. Ms. Cusack, Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just two things, but on page 12B-30 and item number 15, our response was before they dissolved the CRA. It says, however, in the top paragraph under responses, however, the pedestrian crossovers were not provided by the city. Was the city required to put some pedestrian crossovers, walkovers there with that parking?
The original CRA contemplated 500 parking spaces and appropriate crossovers, but they only constructed 351, and they did not construct the crossovers. There was a collapse in the real estate market, and the city came back and sought forgiveness from the conditions of the CRA and asked the council to dissolve the CRA.
Okay, so let's mute then.
Okay.
That request is mute.
Well, just to also clarify is that in their comprehensive plan, they will indicate that all off-beach parking on the west side will have a crossover. So they have a policy in their comprehensive plan that require them to provide that.
Well, I may have the unique settlement to this entire issue. This morning, I had to speak to a city manager of New Smyrna Beach, Pam Brangasio, on another issue that I'll bring up later, but she read the paper this morning and she said, I can help you with the Daytona Beach Shores. She said, why doesn't the council sell both of those properties and take that money, and New Smyrna Beach will gladly take them, buy some off-beach parking in New Smyrna. We will make happy the shores, and New Smyrna will be ecstatic. So the New Smyrna is ready, willing, and able to take what the shores does not want.
I appreciate the offer, but one of the things I like to point out to people is we have 15.7 miles of drivable beach. One of our criteria under our incidental take permit and our habitat conservation plan was to continue to pursue off-beach parking. The city of Daytona Beach Shores has 5.23 miles of the 15.7 miles of drivable beach. They have almost 1/3 of the frontage. I understand they're a small city. I understand they're small in square miles, or less than a square mile. But in frontage of the beach, they are longer than New Smyrna, longer than Daytona, and longer than Ormond. So they have a tremendous frontage that the public in Volusia County would like to access.
I'm just trying to collaborate here and bring to
Just
a happy conclusion.
Okay, well, that is certainly one of them, and, you know, they are the largest per capita taxpayer in Volusia County. So, as we all understand that, and if they don't want that property and they want to develop it, they can contribute some more money, but I don't think that's the issue we're discussing. So we'll call the vote on the issue that we are discussing. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. The motion carries. Item 13, appointment or reinstatement of the Code Enforcement Board nomination District 5.
That would be me. I'd like to appoint Kenneth Runge to serve again, please.
Kenneth Runge has been appointed. We do not need a second. All we need is a vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. Kenneth Runge has been appointed to the Code Enforcement Board by Mr. Lowry. We have James Milton Hunt would like to tell us something, or not, as we move into the public participation.
I think
He
that was on
obviously is
12.
not-
I
pardon?
think that was on the other item. I have another slip for public participation.
Oh, okay. This is the one I had left. I thought that you said you had someone who wanted to speak. I don't have a card.
I have that here. I
You
was
do
holding
that.
it for you. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Just trying to learn the program. I either get them or don't. Oh, now you're bringing them to, you could have read it, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, you have to watch mercy. Now we're down to Morton Culligan. Morton.
Thank you, sir.
Name and address and
Yes, sir. My name is Morton Culligan, 66 Tanglewood Road in the wonderful DeBarry, Florida. And at this time, I would like to invoke the Constitution, First Amendment. And I would like to point out the fact and remind people and all citizens that they have the right not to stand for any invocation at the beginning of these meetings, and have the right not to repeat the questionable and false statements contained in the Pledge of Allegiance to the American flag. The USA is not just a nation. It is a violent military empire that has been attacking and bombing other nations all my life. I'm 67 years old. We respect no borders as we carpet bomb, napalm, nuke, and crush people with B-52s, B-29s, C-130 Spectre gunships, Tomahawk missiles, Predator drones, Hellfire missiles. I could go on forever. We dominate and intimidate the world from land, from sea, and from air. Then we have the nerve to actually accuse other people of terrorism. Our weapons are terror. B-52s don't hug people, they kill people. We are a nation of killers. And we are also not indivisible. We are not under any God. We don't have liberty and justice for all, but we do better than most nations. We have been in war for 16 years in the Mideast, and all we have done is hurt the people of all those countries over there and ourselves. And we've gone trillions into debt, and we have dumped this on the backs of the people of the future, on our children that we claim we love. We are putting the bill on them. That's how low down the American people are at times. 16 years of death, destruction, and war. We have respect no borders. We have bombed Yemen. We have bombed Iraq. We have bombed Afghanistan. We bomb anybody we want to because we can. None of us in this room have any idea how many innocent civilians we've killed. Estimates of 2 million in Vietnam alone. We always speak of our great veterans. Many of them are honorable and great and have done heroic things. But our death toll is amazing if you study it. Study some of the things that we have done, our military has done under orders. I don't blame the military. I was in the military. You do what you're told. But we are a vicious, savage, violent nation. I could sit here for another 30 seconds just naming the weapons. We intimidate everybody. We are not nice guys. Our government has slaughtered so many nations in foreign countries. We are a nation that loves war because there's money in war. We are in the war business. We export war. You check the campaign contributions of our senators and congressmen. You track it back to those military subcontractors. They run this country. And I have the right to say so according to one of the great things about this country called the U.S. Constitution. I suggest we all read it. Thank you.
Thank you. Tonight, I said tonight because it seems like it is tonight based on late afternoon.
You haven't been here for a real long one, that's for sure.
No, and I hope that I never am.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Patterson, we'll start comments with you tonight.
I thought it was the 5 families of Volusia that was running everything. Sunrail. I know many of you saw the little story in the paper. I didn't realize that trying to protect the taxpayers of Volusia County was a premature activity that we were involved in. So, we're still moving forward. But I saw today there's an email that came out from the interim director of the Florida Department of Transportation, kind of thinking that maybe it's just an issue that the commission has to take control over. But I also saw another email that came out that they've got 3 names coming forward from the Florida Transportation Commission to approve one of them to be the next Department of Transportation Secretary. So we'll see how that all shakes out in the future. But we're still waiting to set up a meeting. They gave me like 5 dates, and only 2 of the dates I could make, and I don't know about the others, but we're still waiting. I think they're talking about July. My feeling is still to wait before before we approve that $30,000 to go forward with the takeover of Sunrail by the commission. So I guess we're in a holding pattern until we can get our case heard before the other 4 members on the commission. That's the way I want to proceed with it. Mr. Deneen?
If I can add to something, when we had a meeting with the current director, and there's nothing premature in what we're doing. Bottom line was FDOT when she came down and spoke to us, concurred that our January 2019 date was a date that is real in terms of if you don't have the money in place by that date, you would never meet the other conditions, which is getting it funded, getting it built, and getting it operated before we'd have to take it over. So that date is right around the corner. And she admitted that that made sense. Right, Ms. Patterson? I mean, we asked, and she said, you're right, that date made sense. The other thing is, if we cannot get an affirmative action to our contract being changed within a reasonable period of time, I think we're going to end up having to come back to you and talk about what our position is as that system incurs costs. See, what's happening is you want the contract changed so you don't incur costs for things you didn't get. But if we do not take action, if they don't resolve that, they are on a path to increased costs more and more and more. And that's with OIA, it's with these Saturdays and Sunday runs, changing the, my point is, we may have options in there that allow us to say no. If there's any chance that we may be stuck with this, then we need to watch that we have not agreed to increase these costs. So I don't think there's anything premature, and that what I would think they would want to do, and we've made it real clear, and I want, for the council's sake and Mr. Patterson's sake, is that our actions are no way saying that we don't want this to come to the land. We're just doing due diligence to make sure that if it doesn't come, then this agreement's in place. But there are implications if we don't get some answers to this, that we have to take maybe a position, the council should, that's against some of the increased costs that they're going to incur until we make sure we're not going to pay them.
Yeah, it's interesting because in the story in the News Journal this week, if you kind of read between the lines there, when they're talking about, well, we're going to find money, I think they want the five funding partners probably to put up most of that money that the feds are unwilling to come forward with. And that's what's troubling me is that, you know, eventually being faced with the situation, well, it's not going to come from the federal government, so it looks like if you really want this, you're going to have to put up the money, the counties, the city, and maybe the state. They haven't been much help. The last application that went through never got to go to Washington to be considered. So, you know, and I'm maintaining the same what Jim has said here, that I want the Sunrail to come to DeLand. I've always supported the Sunrail and working forward to it. I don't want to be a hindrance to this whole project, but at this point, I think we need to continue to move forward and protect our taxpayers here in Volusia County, that we don't get stuck with an albatross.
The part that bothered me about what the comment made by the mayor was originally he had sent kind of a message that, of course, we wouldn't have to pay if we didn't get it. And now he's saying, well, if that happens, then it's going to cost all the other four partners more money, and we will help them find the money. So that kind of surprised me that he would say that after saying it's obvious you won't have to pay if you don't get it. So that was the alarming part. And I think I don't know that there's anything else that we need to do other than to stay on it, because we are to protect
I just want to let y'all know what's going on, keep you informed, make sure that you got my back covered here.
We got your back.
Because I don't want to be the Lone Ranger out here.
No.
I want to be able to say I've got 7 council members.
You do.
Well, is it anything that you think that we need to do to further support you in that manner to make sure that they understand that this is not...
I think me just bringing it up here and getting all the heads nodding in the right direction is important to me, and I can say that I've got the support of the council.
Yep, absolutely.
And Mr. Chair, one thing we did do, so you all can tell your constituents, if you looked once again at the 5-year plan, we carried our financial obligation through the 5-year plan. So I don't want anybody saying that we took the money away. It's still there. Or that it didn't exist. So it's still there and still counted in the 5-year plan.
Okay.
I got a call from a constituent, and I need to just get some information, so after later, but I have a constituent who lives on a private road. They want to somehow figure out some way to assess everybody on the private road so that they can get it scraped. And he says he understands that the county can pass an ordinance which would create a special assessment district for that neighborhood and collect the money. So if somebody could get with me on that, I think I brought up about impact fees. I'm getting some complaints, and Dr. Lowry's getting some complaints about impact fees being a little out of whack in different businesses. So we can discuss that sometime.
Is that it?
Yep.
Ms. Wheeler?
Believe it or not, I'm good to go.
Ms. Cusack?
About the impact fees, I know that we had a constituent here in the west side who was concerned about impact fees, and there was some discrepancy in these fees. Have you heard anything about that from a physician here in DeLand?
You're talking about Dr. Hill?
Yes.
Yeah, he's the one who called me. He said that on 2 medical buildings that he's built, he's paid over $520,000 in impact fees, and yet a Chick-fil-A doesn't pay anywhere near, which he figures has a higher number of people coming and going. So, you know.
So that was the discussion. I was wondering if staff.
That's not the only one. I've had to deal with some as well.
Well, if you look at the one for Dr. Hill.
We'll look at all those. One of the problems with this is that none of these things, a lot of these are like comparing apples and oranges. And so a lot of times people see a fee and they think, well, somebody else paid different, but they don't know the implications, like maybe that person was in a bigger development and part of that development paid it. So what we'll do is we'll look at, but there's a formula. We don't just sort of make these up. There's a formula that was followed, and unless there's an error in the formula, they should be pretty well straightforward. But we'd be glad to look at each one. It is possible we could make a mistake. On the other side of the coin, we may sometimes just have to explain to people how it was calculated.
Aren't sometimes some of those things a little bit interpreted somewhat, or is it pretty scientifically rigid?
It's pretty spelled out in the land development.
If you would just let.
I know my situations have been resolved, so I'm not.
This has not been resolved. If it has been, I'm not aware that it has been.
We can look at it. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I think it's just important so that people know that, you know, we're looking at the situation. I remember going back to 1995, what a big deal impact fees were, and it was probably at that time a bigger issue than beach driving, and we were able to resolve those issues back then. And maybe once we really look at the nuts and bolts of it, I can agree with our position on it at this point.
We can always look at how we do this. It is science. And bottom line is you are going to get a lot more of this. It's because of development and also because a lot of your roads are impacted. I think right back to the whole thing about the sales tax is that you have lots of issues in terms of roads and reaching capacity, and that's also part of it. So we'd be glad to do that. If we made a mistake, we'll correct it. And I think the other thing we have to do is try to explain. But in some cases, these numbers can be relatively high because the cost of making these changes to help these roads is high. But we'd be glad to do anything you want. I do think, get ready, you're going to hear this issue a lot more because development has really started to speed up.
My second comment is only that I want to thank staff for the financial report that we had today. It was well done. It was even folk that don't have a degree in accounting could interpret and understand. So thanks to staff for that.
Thank you.
Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I got a couple constituent issues. First of all, we received an email, public input last meeting, and then we want to pass these out again. Then we got emails from Project H2O. They're working with Bethune-Cookman. I believe Bethune-Cookman has their grant ready to go. Project H2O is working on some grants, and what their request is to us, they requested 3 things here that we just would look at all grant opportunities for water quality, sustainability, educational plans, and some, it's basically the water compact. I mean, if you look at it, it copies our water compact here. It's all about education, and it mirrors and supports that. So what they're asking for, and we can even do it on a consent agenda, is that we support these projects because this will help them with grants going forward. If they can get a letter of support from us, that we basically support these positions and these educational initiatives. They just need something like that from us going forward to help them with their grant opportunities. So what do you think, Council? Are you good with that? Mr. Chair, Fred, Pat?
Well, because the one thing they said that we were guaranteed to match funds. I'm not real supportive of something like that being put in what this letter is requesting.
Is it asking for match funds in here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, then let's do our due diligence and ask for it and then bring it back. Is that good?
Let's do that, because
Okay.
when you're asking up front for us to support a letter, and the letter includes matching funds, I think that we need to be a little bit cautious about
Sure.
something like that.
That's a good point.
Okay.
Fair enough. But so that's for our educational purposes and
Right.
going forward to make sure we get this right. The other thing too, I'm going to pass this out for future dialogue. I had the pleasure, and I'm going to say the pleasure, there's 2 pages to each one of these, if you could pass them down. I met with Jeff Bum, our VA director, last week on behalf of some constituents. There's 2 pages to each one of those. To help some constituents in my 1-hour meeting with him and the constituents, and I left them, turned into 4.5 hours. And I want to thank him very genuinely for all that he's doing. What we have here in Volusia County, and I didn't realize not every county funds a VA director. I did not realize the impact of that. So what we're doing, Volusia County is doing for our veterans, we're doing something not everybody else does. Not only are we doing that, the quality that we have, and Mr. Bum, from his 82nd Infantry experience, I mean, I don't know if he's not an attorney, but he sure could be. He sure understands the VA law and help these constituents navigate a very difficult journey for them. And I don't want to say too much, but he as a resource is where I was just amazed. I'm still amazed. But all that to say, he had asked, one of the questions he asked them was, what do you need? He said there's a Florida Veterans Foundation that they can access for certain things to help them financially. And he said, no, by the way, the council, we received a letter, and the Florida Foundation had asked for a donation. They're 501c3. They're from Sarasota, I believe. They're not located here, but they serve our veterans here. Just because they're not domiciled in Volusia County doesn't mean they don't help our veterans. So what I would like to do, I spoke with the manager about this, they are 501c3, is get some more information from them. Their request is for $10,000. Maybe consider that, then ask them to come back in a year from now to see what they've done with that, and then increase it if council chooses at that time. But I would like consideration for the Florida Veterans Foundation.
Just as long as we check it out first.
Oh, agreed, absolutely.
I like to see where their money
Can we direct staff to do that
Yeah.
and bring a report back to us?
I'd be glad to do that. I would recommend that if you ever try this, I think one of the best things is, like say, like in the idea of the 10,000, if you do it, have them come back in a year, and then you'll know, they'll demonstrate what they did, because it'll be on your money, and that way you haven't risked too much and you'll know. So we can check them out, Mr. Patterson, but if you do something, I'd suggest that don't be a lot, and you make them come back in a year, and that way they have to prove to you what they did.
Well, as a veteran, I'm very wary, because there's
so many groups.
There's my fly fishing club supports Wounded Warriors, and then there's another one out there where they have just milked the cow for themselves, and I want to be very careful that the money is getting to the veterans.
And I think Mr. Bum, our VA director, could probably help us navigate this too.
We've already started to collect some information on them because we saw the request, But let us give you the information, and if you feel comfortable, then my recommendation is you give them a try and make them come back and show you. That way, no one can criticize, and if you use 10,000, you sort of can't go wrong. You can't, if you aren't happy, you didn't risk that much money.
Well, either way, kudos to our VA director and what they're doing for our veterans. One, I'm going to finish up with what Mr. Grippa was here for earlier. But the other thing, council, I made an appointment, it's my appointee, to the PLDRC, Mr. Jeff Gov. He's a good man. He has served for years. That's why I was actually on the phone with the city manager this morning. Mr. Gov is going to be out for about a month. I have had some concern in my district and others that because Mr. Gov is a city planner for the city of New Smyrna Beach, it just didn't appear right with the requests we're getting from the cities. So I would like to, and I don't have anybody in the wings ready to reappoint, but I am going to, and I've already spoken with the city manager. She knows that this is going to happen. It's not personal, but it is professional, and I'm going to ask that he be withdrawn from the PLDRC, and I will come back with another appointment to the PLDRC.
I think we have to have a motion to
You do.
take him off. the
So I would
PLD.
like to make a motion to remove Jeff Gov from the PLDRC.
Second.
And again, can you explain your rationale for removing him?
Well, he's a city planner for the city of New Smyrna Beach, and I had been I shouldn't have reappointed him when we went through that whole process, Joyce, very honestly, and we got into that process, and I didn't have my flag up on that. He served us well. I mean, it's nothing negative about him personally. It's just to the process. So that's why I'm asking for
So,
that.
did you ask him to resign?
I tried. He's out on medical leave for 4 weeks.
Oh.
I tried that too.
You've heard the motion.
The reason I say that is because it looks, a person has served us and served us well, and for us to, the record will reflect that we are rescinding or taking him down from being a member. It would be so much better if somehow we could get a letter from him, or something that says that he called, if you could say
Well,
that
if you would
had-
like, I don't mind pulling it to see if he would choose to resign, but,
I mean, if he doesn't, then we have to do that. but
okay.
I just think, just in all fairness to the gentleman, that we ought to.
And I
give
agree
him
with
a
you, that's
chance.
what I tried to do, and that just didn't connect. So I will pull my motion.
Seconds withdrawn.
It-
I guess it doesn't
No, the
matter.
motion was made, and second, it's the entire body has to vote on whether we're going to withdraw it or not just,
So I can make a motion to withdraw the original. Okay, motion to withdraw the original motion.
Is there a second? Motion is made to withdraw the original motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, like sign. The motion to withdraw the original motion has been passed unanimously. Now, do we have to vote on the other one, too?
No,
I
it's
didn't think so. I thought I'd ask.
yeah, motion belongs to the
I
body.
thought about it. But thank you for that, Joyce, because that was my first avenue. Thank you. Okay,
I always thought you could just withdraw a motion, but that's okay.
so here's a final one. Mr. Grippa came before us during public input this morning. What I'd like to do is make a motion. I'm going to make a motion. My motion is to establish a beachside redevelopment committee comprised of one appointment by each council member and 2 appointments by the chair and the at-large member. And in addition, each affected city, and there are 3 cities, Daytona, Ormond Beach, and was it the Shores? Yes. And the Shores, the 3 cities, would appoint 1 member. Each city can appoint 1 member. This committee would be charged with independently looking at the neighborhood blight, infrastructure issues, economic development issues, public safety issues, state and bring back recommendations to the council. The committee would also be charged with reviewing other beach redevelopment around Florida and identifying funding sources and grants that the county should apply for. That's my motion.
I second.
Second and third.
Motion is made by Ms. Dennis, second and third by Wheeler and Cusack. Any discussion?
Yeah. I pushed my little button.
Oh, sorry.
I have a problem with this. One, I think this is the city's issues. I think this should be the city commissions appointing people for the beach side. I would suggest that maybe one member of the county council be appointed to sit on this, maybe even to chair this group, and then let the cities appoint their people and let the cities make the decision. We can be involved in it somehow, but I'm telling you, I'm not comfortable appointing anybody. I really aren't. I mean, here I am over here on the west side. I hear constantly, that's all it is. Everything goes to the east side. And I'm going to get that same argument from a lot of people. I'll walk downtown on next week when I come back, and I'll have somebody just chirping at me, and I mean a lot of somebody's wondering what in the heck the entire county council is so involved with the beach. And I think it should be done by the Shores appointing people, the city of Daytona Beach appointing some people, Ormond Beach appointing some people, and then let one member of the county council sit on that group. One of us.
I really don't think we should have a council person on there. I think this is important for the residents and the people who are players in that community. I mean, that community is the one that we're looking at that desperately needs some solutions, and they're willing to work together to try to come up with solutions. This is
Then why are we involved in it?
Well, I think
It's in Volusia County.
it is Volusia County, and it will be just something that they will bring back to us. Let's face it, we've all worked on those issues, and let's hear from the citizens. That's why we're here. We're representing them. Let's hear from groups that are coming in with new ideas. I'm all for it.
Everybody okay now to call the vote? No more discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
No.
Motion carries 5-1. Mr. Patterson dissenting.
So then the question is, the appointments. If we make an appointment, they don't have to be voted on. Is that correct, Mr. Eckert?
And that, your motion was appointments. So anyone who would want to make an appointment at any time, doesn't have to be in front of this body. They can submit the names to, well, I'm asking, that's what,
Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
If it's possible that, at least that will give all of us as members of this council an opportunity to know who's
Sure,
on the
okay.
committee.
Well,
So I just think that they should be brought to us.
Okay.
As,
well, I'm ready to make two.
I'm ready to make my other one too,
Okay.
whenever we're ready.
And so, Ms. Cusack, you want to make one or two? Or?
I've had one, Charles Lichterman is
Right.
one, and Chris Bolder is the other.
Okay. Ms. Wheeler?
Paul Zimmerman.
Deb?
Miriam Gabby.
And I'm making Kent Sharples is one, and then the economic director, I have his name from Embry-Riddle to serve on it. Pardon?
No. No, the new director.
No, it's, I had his, a ghost ate some of my notes.
Ms.
Can I
Cusack,
make
did you
a
say Chris
change?
Bowler? Okay.
Can I make a change on mine? I would like to get Tony Grippa.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've got Tony.
Yes.
I've got Dr. Sharples.
You want me to make mine while you?
Sure.
I'll nominate Dave Lamont, or appoint him, I mean.
Dave Lamont, you've appointed.
Shop guy.
Okay. Pat, you're not going to appoint Blaine Lansbury?
I'll
Come on.
abstain for the time being.
Okay. I'm going to go back and revive that appointment. I know I can't, but. Do what to it?
Can I amend this committee to include an appointee from the Sons of the Beach?
I thought we did. I thought that was.
Well,
original.
I did put one on there for the Sons of Beach, but then I felt that Tony Grippa needed to be in here since he was here speaking for the, so I can't nominate two, so there's.
Appoint.
But I think we need to appoint, it's very important since this is someone from the, and Paul Zimmerman did
Right.
volunteer to be on the group.
So I'll just,
Maybe Miss Post would consider that, or not, because she's not here today.
either way, we can amend it.
Yeah, she had originally nominated Tony Grippa.
Right.
And I had Paul, since she wasn't here, I thought we needed to get.
Need your microphone on.
Mm-hmm.
Well, since you've appointed, you can withdraw your appointment without any big deal, in my opinion. But we can wait for her to make an appointment, and if you need to adjust it, you can adjust it. How about that? We good to go?
So who is
Okay.
our list, Mr. Chair? Do you have them?
I didn't make the list. Marcy made that list.
I have Charles Lichterman, Chris Bowler, Miriam Giabi, Ken Sharples, Tony Grippa, and who did you do, Fred?
Dave Lamont.
You know who that known that.
Who am I missing? Who did you appoint, Joyce? And Charles. And you did,
Sharples, Kent Sharples.
and,
The other one I'm waiting.
oh, you're holding. Okay, that's fine. Okay.
I've got his name here in one of my notes.
At least we have one woman on the panel. We'll get something done here. Yeah.
Well, I think the others have women who control their lives anyway, so it
Don't you love
doesn't really matter. Not disagreeing. Okay, that takes care of that. Dr. Lowry.
Thanks, sir. I just want to, I don't know if I did or not, maybe if I did, that's okay, it's worth a repeat. I want to thank Jamie Seaman for meeting with me and some of the Enterprise Osteen people. That's ongoing massaging effort over there, and I appreciate her time helping, and I think we're doing good over there. I think we're having some success. Also want to thank Tim Bailey and the staff as we met with the Osteen people as the Lemon Bluff boat ramp is going in over there, and meeting with them, trying to find out exactly what they want. And of course, it's always exciting. We did the Veterans Park there, I don't know, about a year ago. Anything that happens over on the west side, I'm happy. So appreciate the efforts here on Lemon Bluff. And also, we had a meeting last night. Heidi Hertzberg, Commissioner Deltona, did a great job of spearheading a meeting of dealing with the blighted areas in Deltona. I'm interested in that as a councilman, but also as a pastor, because the area behind my church is one of those blighted areas that used to be all senior adults, and they passed on or went somewhere else, and it's become a bit blighted, and we're struggling with trying to minister to those people. So we met last night, and Sheriff Chitwood was there, and I thought did an outstanding job, and was even complimentary of our approving of the training that he was wanting to do. So anyway, just had a good night in regard to that, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got a little note that Ms. Post had also requested information on the VA, and actually a report has been created by Donna Butler. So that work is done. So you can have that and share that with all of us at a point. So I guess she's listening online and let me know that, which I thought was pretty good. You can't talk to us out there, council member Post, but you can listen, and appreciate that. One thing that I'd ask, I mentioned last meeting about a workshop or a time to discuss the beach issues and things that are having to discuss. I shared some of my thoughts. It was not with the idea that that was a rule or anything that we would have to go by. I did that to initiate discussion so that we could all share thoughts and ideas if we feel that we need to make some adjustments, some changes, or at least find out where we are. One of the things I thought was curious, that a comment that I received back from one of my comments was, well, look how much the beach revenue has increased. Well, how much of the beach revenue was from annual passes and how much of it was from daily passes? I know I've been given rough numbers of total revenue and expenses and so forth, but I would like to either set a time for a workshop or do it in a discussion time at the conclusion of a meeting. So I'll work with.
I would like to know, will this also be maybe a topic that is brought up by this new beach group? Any of that? This is strictly for the blight. Okay.
This is for Yeah, I don't think that in fact, they said they were not discussing the beach issues as far as access, driving, or anything like that. They're staying away from that part of it.
That was the deal.
That was the deal. Oh, I don't know about the deal. I heard you say that was the, there's enough discussion on that. But I do think that we need to look at where we are with the beach. I received a letter from a 14-year employee of the beach attendants who take tows. She shared some very good information with me as far as the way things were, the way things are, and some concerns that she's had during seeing the change between the two operators. Not that she's being critical, but that she was just giving a very objective report. But these are things I think that we need to know. And I would like to see if we can. I know, George, you shared with me that y'all have looked at certain things in the past. Could we do this then? Could we ask that you give us a report on some of your ideas as far as what you've looked at, get to a point to where, I've thrown out ideas like scanners, kiosks. You don't even really need a kiosk thing now. I mean, you really actually can do those things so much easier. And everybody's saying, well, saltwater's going to get them. Well, maybe, maybe not. But you're going to have those things. So if we could get, maybe my ideas are so costly they won't work.
Yeah, let me add this, and then George has some really good ideas. Couple of comments. We are in the middle of the summer season. We're in the middle of negotiations with beach safety. We're doing a lot of things on the beach right now. I'm all in favor of doing any changes you want. It's dynamic, you change. My suggestion is that you try don't try to do everything at once, and try to do something and do it right. We talked about looking at, and I'd like to do this, is to get a cost if we did a couple of these things automated and find out. So we could look at, what would it take? There is one thing that we could try without all the technology to find out how it works. We talked about this with the previous council, but you don't want to go a bridge too far. So when we increased the fees and all that, that was where we stopped. We talked about the possibility of trying a couple of ramps where they are only passes. Now, all that is making a political decision that we won't accept cash, and we won't have people standing in line for that, and we will make them for the passes, and we will advertise it. I don't see a downside to that. We could see how well it works, and what it means is some people with passes would have to decide they want to drive to that ramp. That would mean some people that might want to use it that don't have a pass can't use it. The only downside to that is taking a little bit of heat if we say you can't use it except for passes. Because the theory that you have on terms of the equipment, in other words, the automated, relates to that to a certain degree. So now I'm not suggesting you decide on this today. What I'm saying is George could bring you some ideas like that. I don't think there's anything wrong with keep looking at evolving the beach. If there's one thing that never stops evolving and issues is the beach.
Well, the annual passes are scanned now by hand scanners.
Right, but you can get in line
Right,
with people that have passes and also want to pay.
Well, the biggest thing is people trying to apply for an annual pass too that are there holding up 6 or 8 people or 4 people.
Correct.
So that way, having people, and that's why I thought, to allow people to get onto a ramp, and maybe while you're looking at it, you could do a north and a south ramp, or actually I got a letter from New Smyrna Beach where they're saying that's one of the biggest problems they have is the access of getting on there, which causes the backup, and then in addition to the closing.
Well, a big part of the backup, honestly, because we fill up the beach sometimes on things by 9, 10 o'clock. So a big part of the beach is
because all the chairs that are set up now.
Well,
I'm just kidding.
but part of the problem is that there's a rule that when they get to a certain point, they don't allow other people on until people get off, and that's a big part of backing people up too. High tide, and there's all kinds of. But what I'm getting at is, I think your point's well taken. If you're sitting in line with somebody trying to buy a pass when somebody has a scan, what I'm saying is, we could look at some of these different ideas. Some would take some time to get an estimate, and maybe you want to do a cost to do something.
ISB has 2 ramps in and out. That would be a very good one to give for somebody to have. This line is for annual pass only. This line is for your choice. I mean, that wouldn't affect anybody. If they don't have the money, they can go to the left lane.
We can try some things like
That
this.
would be an easy one to.
I just need
adjust.
authorization because the beach is so sensitive during the height of the season that I got to make sure the council agrees with these things.
And the parking lots are so filled.
Yes.
Ms. Dennis?
You know, and we had a meeting, was it a year and a half ago with the city of New Smyrna Beach?
He's got, yeah, has to
We
go.
had a meeting here with the city of New Smyrna, and what we actually looked at, because 44 backs up in New Smyrna past 95.
Right.
And we're talking about where season, I think it's time we use the words like high season and low season. When I go to North Carolina in the fall, that's their high season, and I know I'm going to pay a higher price. When I go high season, when we go to Gulf Shores, Alabama, because you can rent homes on the beach there, which for a week, which you cannot do here. Just saying, we go to Gulf Shores, Alabama. High season there is the summer. So depending where you go, depends on whether high season, low season is. But you know, and those prices, I mean, you go down to the Keys, you know when high season is down there, when it's, 24, almost 12 months out of the year. But all that to say is, with New Smyrna, what we looked at, actually what we considered, but you got the North Causeway and the South Causeway. What about if we made Flagler Avenue exit only?
Up.
And you go the South Causeway can handle it because you've got two lanes each way and you've got a median. Flagler Avenue has no median, basically nothing on the sides. There's, and it's one lane each way. So when you've got a bottleneck there, you've stopped everybody. I know people that have not made appointments that work in those offices around there that cannot get out to do their normal day-to-day business. I mean, we're talking going to the beach, we're just talking day-to-day business. So we're a victim of our own success. So I'm open to looking at all sorts of issues, but here's another question I asked, and this is a tough one. And I've asked this question, I'm going to ask again. Are there any beach accesses or ramps that we can open or reopen? Let's find one in the south area, find one up in the
We open
Daytona area.
everything we have.
Let's open up some more beach ramps.
There's a ton of them.
Right, let me look, well, I think as part of what you're discussing, that would be one of the things we would look at. There's a cost with opening some of them. Some of them go to no-drive areas
Why
of the
have-
beach, so that,
Right.
you gotta remember that. They're ramps really kind of to nowhere, because they're only used for emergency, our people to go down on them because they go down to a no-drive beach. In the south area, there is an area, a right-of-way that goes basically into the dune system and stops. So we could look at developing that as a ramp. Of course, with permitting and everything would have to be done. But yes, we're looking at those things, and I think that's all things on the table. Having a pass-only ramp. We've already actually scheduled a meeting internally for us to start
Okay.
talking about these items to bring forth.
Here's what I would like.
And that, look at the pay for parking, the parking facilities, and generating revenue there, because I went to, and I know wasn't a holiday, was it a holiday recently? Whatever day it was recently. I went at 5 o'clock, it's filled, Andy Romano, and people are circling the wagons, waiting for somebody to come out. And then Yeah.
Flaglers during the week, 7:30 at night, after New Smyrna Beach City. After New Smyrna Beach City Commission meeting, I thought, I'm just going to go to the beach and park on the beach and just enjoy where I am. I couldn't find a parking spot on Flagler or our parking there. And the beach was closed. It was dark. It's not like they were on the beach. They're in the shops. They're in our restaurants. It's just an amazing thing happening.
Let's do this so that we keep this so we can make good decisions and we can give us direction. How about we do one?
All I wanted to do was the discussion and have ideas come out.
These are good discussions, but here's what I would suggest as manager is that we do one that just does everything about ramps. Just ramps. In other words, we'll look at all the options, because, the previous council did things like some of the one-way driving and all that. That made sense. So now it's time to keep evolving. We'll do one that's just ramps.
Okay.
And then if you want, we can do one that's just parking and costs. And what we can do is we can work with you individually, and then we can do something in front of the council.
I see somebody making notes.
But what I'm getting at is it's easier for us to function if we pick a
Understand.
topic.
Understand.
And
I
then,
just
and
was throwing a lot of it out
They're
there.
good
at one
ideas.
time. I've always thought that one way south would have been good to ISB, one way north, the other way, but that was just a thought.
we're also, Mr. Chair, we're also actively engaging what it would cost to do an experiment, 1 or 2 or 3 experimental booths that are all electronic.
Right.
We're looking into that to see what it costs.
The trolley will help too, won't it, Mr. Murna?
You never know. If you say it will, I'm right there.
I
That's
think
the
we need,
first time he's ever said
I
that.
still think we need a monorail on 44, but
We like that too.
he likes that idea too.
I'll take hovercrafts at this stage.
We're
Okay.
going to look into
That was the,
Yes.
that was the big part of my discussion, and thank y'all for listening, and with that, we'll go to Mr. Deneen.
Two things. One, I think, Mr. Chair, because you just clarified that the Beach Advisory Committee is not about the beach, and that you are going to break this into pieces, this will make more sense for us. I appreciate that. We'll do ramps and we'll also do parking. But we'll know that other groups aren't going to start getting into and muddying the water while we're trying to do this. Two things. One, Donna has collected up the stuff on the veteran. She's finishing up. She will pass. She was going to give it to all you anyways. Heather had asked for it. We'll send it all to you. Okay? Number two, I really think this thing with the impact fees is going to become bigger and bigger and bigger. And the reality is, we're only collecting the money. It ain't for the government. It's for the roads that they need. Here's what I would suggest. Without having an actual issue, without having a controversy, without using a specific example, what I would suggest, if the council would like, we'll try to do it. I'll try to give you a Cliff Notes in maybe 20 minutes or so. I can have Mr. Irvin and Jamie would help, and they can explain to you in front of everybody, which I think is good in the public, how we do the impact fees so that we bring you all up to speed, if you would like. But I can't see that it'll take less than about 20 minutes if we combine it. But they can show you, and the nice thing is you could have it on tape and be here for the public could hear. But that way, at least I'd have you all up to speed. I really think this is going to become an albatross. You're going to hear this from everybody. So I think if we all knew how we were collecting them and you knew how we did it, then I think it would be better for everyone. I'm willing to do that if you'd like to schedule it at a meeting. Oh, you like that?
10 minutes, you said?
I said 20.
Oh.
I'm slow.
Is 20 okay with everybody?
Cut it
Make it 30.
Cut it in half.
20 is okay. I want to make sure I give you, I'll tailor the discussion in the 20 minutes because it'll take that much to show you how this works. Okay? All right, thank you very much. And that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Dan? Anyone else? Donna? Jamie? George? Nothing. With that, the meeting is adjourned at 3:06 or 3 o'clock.